here.
Hello, it's me, Raquel SSG. Hi, everyone. We have Alicia, aka AVP, and we got Jack Beers.
Hello.
How's
Hello.
how's everyone doing tonight?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Pretty
Looking forward to
good.
Halloween soon.
Oh yeah, Halloween's coming up soon. I already got my costume. I ordered it I think this Wednesday, and I got here yesterday. I haven't tried it out to see if it fits yet, but crossing my fingers with that.
Yeah, hopefully it does for sure.
If it doesn't, then I have to immediately go and order another one quickly before
Right.
next Friday comes up.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really think I'm gonna pass out a lot of candy this year because I didn't really get a lot of trick or treaters last year.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, we've struck out the last couple of years. So we said, okay, we'll go over a friend's house, hang out with them. They said they had a lot of trick or treaters, so we said we'd bring some candy with us. So
Mm-hmm.
hopefully we strike in this time.
We had full-size candy bars, and nobody came for them.
Yeah, so we had a hard time trying to finish them ourselves.
Full size candy bars. What kind of full size candy bars?
Hershey, Starburst,
Ooh.
Skittles.
Reese's, M&M's, and Skittles.
Yeah, it was a lot of good stuff, honestly.
Awesome. I like the
Yeah.
Hershey's one.
Hershey's
myself.
are good. They're really the only one that we didn't get, which is our personal favorite, is the cookies and cream Hershey's one. But yeah, if we'd gotten that, we would never.
Really like to try that.
That's actually really good. I highly recommend that one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to try that.
But yeah, Wednesday season 2. Wow.
Season 2, yes. Was it season 2, episode 3 and 4?
Mm-hmm.
We be doing that.
Yep, it's getting pretty interesting the way things are developing, especially for Wednesday thing, Enid. Yeah.
The Addams family in general.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday
Yep.
Holmes.
Yeah, she's like a Wednesday Holmes with her little cape and everything.
Mm-mm.
That's very true.
Yep.
And Enid, she's moved on past Ajax and mm,
On to Bruno, who is
Bruno.
also a werewolf.
I'm not sure what I think about Bruno. I mean, he's a decent character, but I don't know. Maybe we'll find out more about him as time goes on. Right now, I'm not sure what to think of him right now.
Right. Right. Well, speaking of Halloween, did you guys have your costumes all set?
Mine's tentatively planned, and he has his. Basically, it's the same kind of genre. So basically, we're doing Back to the Future kind of thing. So mine's like a 50s with a poodle skirt kind of thing.
Okay.
And with all the accessories. He's got a Back to the Future type of shirt with all these different things that says like back in time, the flux capacitor. And he said to make it fresh and different, I think he said he's going to add like a zombie skeleton type mask to it, make it zombie Marty McFly.
Oh, okay.
Zombie McFly.
Yes. So if my costume doesn't arrive in time, my backup choice will be just regular Marty McFly, basically.
Right. That was in the 80s, so yeah, it's been quite a while, I guess you could say.
Yeah, that movie is the same age as me. As both, they just turned 40 this year. That and The Goonies are two movies that turned 40 this year. So it's like, okay, pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like they only did like 3 movies, and that was it. Perfect send off, I guess you can say.
Yeah, the only one I would allow as a 4th movie, even though it's technically a computer game, is the Telltale game, basically, that they came out with, which takes place 6 months, which actually really, really well done. Because it basically takes
yeah, the video game, like the Back to the Future video game.
Yes.
That take places between, I'm guessing, 2 and 3.
So that one actually takes place after 3 left off, basically. It's just before Marty graduates from high school. And it picks up from, like, I mean, because it mentions Clara, it mentions the boys, and it mentions that, okay, he's getting ready to graduate, and we believe that Doc is missing, but we don't understand why he's missing. And it's not until the very end of the game that we was, oh, this is why Doc was missing. Basically, he was trying to get Marty's graduation gift together, and in order to do that, he had to do some more time traveling along the way.
Yeah, so that was on the PS4 and the Xbox One, and that
As
came
well as
out in 2010.
Yeah, and that was on the PC as well, because I had the PC form of that as well. So yeah, I mean, I highly recommend it for anybody that wants to check it out. I mean, because Bob Gale, one of the producers from Back to the Future, actually gave his stamp of approval for them to make that one, actually. And the original Jennifer Parker. So, in case you guys didn't know, there's 2 Jennifer Parkers in the movies. There's Claudia Wells, who did it in the first movie, and then she sadly had to leave that position because she was caring for her sick mother. So instead, we have Elizabeth Shue. She's from the Karate Kid movies, Adventures in Babysitter, and a bunch of other movies. So she steps in for where Claudia left off in episodes 2 and 3 of the movie, basically. And so she fills in for her. But the original Jennifer Parker, Claudia Wells, actually returns her role in the game as Jennifer Parker again, which is really, really nice for sure.
Yes.
Yes, I'm looking at it. It says takes approximately 7 months after the events of Back to the Future Part 3 movie.
Makes sense.
Well, it's been a while that I saw the trailer or some of the cutscenes, but I haven't really played the game itself. However, I would like to play the game.
It's a challenging game. I mean, I know they have it on Steam because I know that you can still find it. That's how I got so I had originally had a PC copy, but when I moved and got married, I don't know what happened to my copy, but basically I did find it on Steam. I was like, oh, this is a good way to pick up that game and try it again. And so I played it, and I highly recommend it for anybody that who loves Back to the Future, who loves the characters, to just play the game and try it for themselves. Some of the puzzles are pretty easy, but some of them is a little bit tricky. Like there's a part of the game where you're in this house that's quote from the future, and basically you have to make sure it's like got sliding doors, and each one's a different color, and basically you had to make sure you push the correct panel in the right area in order to get access to that room. If you don't do it correctly, you're literally stuck in that room.
Wow.
Yeah, that ain't good.
But I mean, it takes a little bit of trial and effort, but once you figure it out, then you're able to get out, and then you're able to warn Doc of something that's not quite right. But yeah, I mean, I highly recommend it for people to try it out for sure. I mean, like I said, all the original cast is in it primarily. Like I said, Michael J. Fox does make a cameo in it in the final episode because there's 5 episodes for it. Obviously, Christopher Brown, Lloyd Brown, we love very much. He returns as Doc Brown for sure. Claudia Wells, like I mentioned. Leah Thompson returns as his mother. I don't think Crispin Glover returns as his dad, but the person that does it does a really good job. I believe Tom Wilson, the one that plays Biff, he returns. I think that's just about it. We do get one new character, which is Strickland's sister. And she's very similar to Strickland. If you guys remember the movies, how Strickland was always calling Marty a slacker. Well, she's very much the same as her brother, basically, because she's got a giant megaphone and screaming, "Hey, you kids, get off my lawn, slacker!"
But her thing is hooligan. She likes to call people hooligans instead of slackers.
That's true. That's a good point. But yeah, I mean, she's got a very interesting story, and she has some interesting interactions with Doc. I don't want to spoil it too much for people, but basically her interactions with Doc are very unique. I'll say that.
Right on.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to like, eventually, play the game.
Yeah.
Eventually, because I was actually so it was just like, oh, it's been so long. It's been like 6+ years, like maybe 7.
Mhm.
So I went to the Dallas, Texas Fan Expo, and I was able to meet Christopher Lloyd. And within one poster, um, with all three posters and one rectangle poster,
Mhm.
he signs the poster. And that was really cool. I was happy. It was really cool to meet him and stuff like that. And yeah, like I know he has done some movies, like the Nobody movie, and he did the sequel. To it. I'm assuming because
Mhm.
he was the grandpa in the movie.
Mhm.
So I haven't watched that, so I need to watch that as well.
Yeah, he's had quite an extensive career. I mean, Christopher Lloyd's
Definitely.
done everything from Star Trek to the Addams Family here,
Angel
and
in the Outfield.
he also was in Who Framed Roger Rabbit and everything. He was really
Mhm.
good at that one.
Mhm.
And then he was also in some TV shows. He was in the original Taxi, and then he was also in Cyber Chase, basically, which was a kids' fun show and everything like that. But he's had a very extensive career, and I like when we get to see him here on Wednesday
Mhm.
as I think it's Orloff is his name,
Yeah,
and then
Professor Orloff.
yes, he makes an excellent professor, and I love the fact that they included him into the series because it's like a nice saying, "Oh, wait a minute, you were Fester before, but now
Like,
you're someone new."
remember Fester?
Yes,
Yep, pretty
the
much.
Fester who had a weird wife at one point, Debbie.
Hey, you were Wednesday. Hey, you were Fester. Yeah.
Yep, yep. So let's get started here. So with the with the episodes here.
Yep, sounds good.
Yep. All right, we're gonna talk about we're gonna talk about Wednesday, episode 3, Call of the Woe. Let's see.
Right away, I do like how Thing comes out and does a little
Yeah, the snap.
in the beginning.
Yeah.
That's always cool.
So Thing is right here getting a massage.
Yes, a manicure, of course. Yep.
Manicure. He's getting a massage right now.
They forgot his birthday.
What?
They had forgotten his birthday, and in the previous
Oh,
episode.
yeah, they did. They forgot his birthday from the previous
this is
episode. Poor Thing. He can't catch a break.
No, he cannot.
No.
But this is their way of making up for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
She's obviously pretty reputable for Morticia and Gomez to hire her because they're like, oh, she's got a good reputation. And I think Gomez makes the mention that she wasn't cheap. So apparently
yeah, like Morticia and Gomez are like watching in the sideline right here.
Yeah.
And Morticia says to her, that the hand masseuse has a long 6 months waiting list.
That's a long waiting list for sure.
Yeah,
that's a lot of hands.
And Gomez is like, how do you got her to give her? How did you get her to go to Jericho at a moment's notice? And Gomez is like, well, I think her name is Stasha masseuse, the hand
Something
masseuse.
Like that.
Gomez says she has a sore spot for dismembered or dismembered appendages, and he triples her fee. I'm like, well, dang. And they're like, Patricia's like, I'm mortified we've got Thing's birthday. She's been occupied with the kids and the sharing the to chair the fun raising gala, and like Gomez is like telling her like to not to worry, another hour, and Sasha's definite touch on Thing, and Thing will be like a new hand.
So
And
I did ask this before.
Mhm.
So when I say it's Thing's birthday, is it the day that his body was born, or was the day that he was separated from his body?
That's a very good question. I mean, I wish we could find out for sure.
I don't
Oh.
know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Unless it's a fresh birthday that they came up all together to say, okay, this is where Thing has become Thing, and this is how he's starting that persona at that point, maybe.
Okay.
Right.
Maybe.
No, what's funny right here is Thing rubs his first index finger against Sasha's hand, and she
Yes.
beats it away. Like,
So it's kind of funny. It's kind of like when somebody will do it in a lovingly way to someone that they love,
mhm.
and you try to caress them and stuff like that. And if you don't want to be caressed or touched, you kind of like playfully slap their hand away, like stop that, don't do that. And that's kind of like what she's doing here, because he's trying to caress her, and she's like, "No, you're not doing that to me. I don't have, I don't want consent with that. No,
naughty Thing.
I do not consent.
keep your fingers to yourself, you naughty hand."
Yes, naughty Thing. Keep your hands to yourself.
Yes.
Let's see if I can get it here. Nope, I can't get it here. Oh. So, like, Gomez is like asking her, like, how's the fundraising, and Morticia right here is like, I had the most agonizing night and had a sudden urge to call her mama.
Right.
Be the
Yes.
guest of honor at the gala.
Yes, a nice callback to what Bianca had done, because she had told her, "You will call your mother, but you will have no memory of me being here." So obviously she remembered the part where she said, "Okay, let me call my mother," but she doesn't remember that Bianca was there. So
Or that she made her do that.
yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So-
I like the way how Gomez is like it seems to me like, I don't know. It seems like a serious, or maybe so I'm sure it's serious, but also in somewhat a slight joking manner. He says like, how very distressing. Like in a cheeky way, you know what I mean?
Of course, Gomez is very cheeky, because you get the impression the way he's talking here that he really does not like Morticia's mother.
Maybe.
I mean, I know in the movies, we know that she likes Gomez, but then we can tell there's times when there's a little bit of tension there too.
Right. Yeah. She's like, so she's,
She has a problem with her mom.
yeah. Morticia, she's like Nevermore's wealthiest alumni.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Principal Barry Dork recruited her.
Mm-hmm.
And Gomez is like saying, like, no, of course not. Like, you couldn't even be more wrong, dude.
Yes.
And mother's like, Patricia's and her mother are like butting heads.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she doesn't understand why her and her mom or her mother makes every interaction very, so torturous. And, unfortunately, she has a high threshold for pain. Like, how much how high of a bar is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Morticia's relationship with her mother is almost eerily similar to Wednesday and her own mom's situation, Morticia.
It does really give off that vibe. It really does.
I mean, and I think also because, so the little bit that I've seen of the grandmother and stuff like that, that basically it seems like Wednesday is more like her grandmother than she is Morticia in many ways. And I think
Mm-hmm.
sometimes when you have people that are like similar personalities, you tend to butt heads with them, so to speak. I mean, if you have different personalities, you tend to be like oil and vinegar with each other. You tend to clash. And I think that's what the case is here with Morticia and her mother, that they're very different from each other, that that's why they're almost rival. Same thing with Morticia and Wednesday, that they're very, very different from each other. That's why they don't mesh well together.
Yeah, which is like very frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, which like I guess Gomez is a little bit intoxicated, as he said, because he finds her threshold for pain amusing, for some odd reason.
Amusing.
Yeah, she's like, I have very high threshold for pain. Gomez says, which I find intoxicating. Like, what?
It reminds me in the Adams Family movie where they captured Morticia and they were trying to torture her, but she didn't find torture it. She found it the opposite.
Yeah, she find it more pleasurable than anything.
Yeah, trying to keep it clean.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So like almost like kisses Morticia's hand, and he like goes to this box right here with a record player, and says, "Perhaps I can help you take your mind off her mother." And they start like doing the tango right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Which is not really easy. Huh?
Yes. It's a nice callback to the movies and also the comic.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Not really an easy dance to do.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me when Catherine Zeta-Jones does the dancing that she does in The Mask of Zorro as well, because she's a very gifted dancer, and you can see that in these kind of scenes. Like, she's very talented at what she does here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yep, they're dancing. Let's see if I can get it in here. So someone's opening the window and sneaking into the house. Well, Morticia and Gomez are doing the tango. And let's see here. So the person like opens the chest and then touches the jewelry box and opens it, and and Morticia, I'm guessing, senses something's off, and she tells Gomez like she's gonna slip into something a little bit more uncomfortable. I'm like, what? Shouldn't that be the opposite?
No. So for her to say something, it's going to be something that's going to make her like be in pain, basically. In this case, so that is the correct term for her to say that. For normally, it would be say, "Let me slip into something more comfortable." Yes, but because Morticia is not the normal person, she's going to say the most controversial thing.
It's like when they look outside and they see it's a nice sunny day.
They're like, "Oh, how horrible!
How horrible!" Yeah, they're always like opposite that way.
Exactly, like when in the movie when the baby starts getting quote sick, the baby has sunshiny cheeks and rosy golden hair and everything like that. And she's like, "Oh, no, the horror, that baby, the curls might be permanent. Oh no, we can't have that. No."
Basically.
So yeah, I think that it makes sense for her to say, hey, let me slip into something a little bit more uncomfortable, because she's obviously wanting to entice Gomez at this point.
What she says, like, make sure it has a lot of spikes and buckles. I'm like, what kind of outfit are you imagining that she's gonna wear?
I have no idea. Either way, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah. Now we see the person who opens the chest and the jewelry boxes Wednesday.
Hi, Wednesday. What are you snooping in?
Yeah, we'll see if I can get the. Come on now. Oh, there it is. But the notes says, nice try, Wednesday, your mother.
Yeah, your loving mother.
Your loving
Yes.
mother. Yeah.
Yes.
So she
Stand
gets
her-
caught.
Let her know the gig is up.
Yeah, the kick's up.
You've been tricked.
Yep.
The Snoopy has been caught.
Yep. Which is like, I underestimated your bat like hearing. And her mom's like, it's my maternal intuition. So mom's intuition, I guess she says. Apparently she went Mrs. Adams used to hide the Dialoas Mentros presence in there, so some kind of a present in the chests, and Miss Adams pretty much like told her like, well, yeah, because I wanted you to find out. It's like, ooh,
Yeah, those particular types of gifts. Yeah, Dies Immortalis. Yes, it's basically
Yeah.
the Day of the Dead kind of thing. Special kind of gifts.
let's see.
Bless you.
Yeah, Day of the Dead presents. I guess it's like their own version of Christmas. I'm
It's sort of
guessing.
like,
Well, it's like Mexican Halloween.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not exactly, but
it's similar.
Similar. Yeah. Like, it's, I forget what day is it. It's like the day of Halloween.
Let me see. Hold on. It's normally between the days following Halloween. So this year it'll be on November 1st and November 2nd of this year.
So the day after Halloween. Okay.
Yes. And it can be anywhere from also until November 6th as well.
Okay.
And it's basically an Aztec culture. And they typically give to friends such as candy sugar skulls to share with traditional bread that they serve, and they also write lighthearted and often irrelevant verses in the form of mock epitaphs dedicated to living friends and acquaintances. So basically, it's a Mexican Aztec type of holiday, basically. So yeah,
Right on. Okay. So when she's like, my my favorite bedtime story. It was apparently the story is about the Salem witch trial. Is it called transcripts? I think.
yeah, the transcripts of the trials. Yeah.
And nothing puts to sleep faster than rantings of the condemned. I don't. What that is just too uber creepy.
That's really disturbing because I've read up on that, and that would not want me to put me to sleep. It would just be more horrifying me because of the things that they discuss in those trials. I mean,
Yeah, that's
like,
not really
we
much of
know.
a good time story.
No, exactly. But knowing Wednesday, this is obviously something soothing and calming.
Yep. And she's like, telling her mother, that she had a recent vision that she learns that she's responsible for Enid's death, and her mom's like asking her like, what did she see? Now, if we recall from the last episode, like when she saw the headstone with Enid's name in the middle of a graveyard filled with a lot of crows, and one of them was a one red-eyed crow on the headstone on Enid's gravestone. And then what really freaked me out is, we hear Enid saying to Wednesday it's her fault and stuff. Now, also remember, Galpin from the last episode was murdered, and a lot of crows, and including the red-eyed crow, came out of his mouth.
Right.
And his friend, what's his friend's name?
Oh, what's his friend's name?
Bradbury. Bradbury, right?
Yeah.
Bradbury. He was also killed.
Bradbury.
And stuff. What really freaked me out is like when Enid went to grab Wednesday's neck and said it was her fault.
Mm-hmm.
When she has, when she is having blood going down her face. That was really freaky. But I'm like, what's really curious to me that Mrs. Adams says it's an avian. How does she know that?
Not sure yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm assuming she has some kind of experience with avians. I'm assuming.
Could be.
How else will she know that? Like, and when she's like telling her she needs to find the killer before they get to Enid and stuff like that, and she's like trying to appeal to her mother as no, let me rephrase that. She is not appealing to her as her mom, but as a fellow psychic. And her mom's like giving her like some wisdom here, saying you have to understand your visions are unreliable and open to many interpretations, which that is true. But Wednesday is like, it's not, in her case, Wednesday's saying not hers, that she has mastered her ability and shows what's actually what she needs to see.
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell she hasn't mastered it yet because she doesn't know how to control those tears.
Yeah.
No, exactly. And as her mother put it out, that is psychic exhaustion. So Wednesday's like continuously pushing her psychic ability to exhaustion here. And like her mother brings up about the Kansas City scalper in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it so funny that Wednesday brings out a jagged knife, and the Kansas City scalper killer is just screaming in panic and agony. Like, just desserts. Like, Wednesday's like, every artist needs their own signature, because remember, like, she did scalp his head.
Yeah.
Like, without his hair, so to speak. And her mother, like, is just, like, hearing this. Let's see if I can get... and said Wednesday made a very compelling argument, but says she's never giving Goody's book back to her, which shocks Wednesday, saying she hasn't mastered anything, that the but Wednesday's like, the answers that she needed is in that book.
Mm-hmm.
Her mom's like telling her they're not answers, they're shortcuts that will lead you down a treacherous path filled with pain. That doesn't really sound really good, but I guess Wednesday doesn't really, it's throwing caution to the wind, I guess. Which it should be doing. And she, like, Wednesday retorts that her treacherous path is her walk in the park. I'm like, I don't really think you realize what you're saying. I don't really think you know what you're really getting into.
Right. And she's trying to tell her that, but Wednesday's being a teenager.
Yeah.
Yep.
A very stubborn teenager at that.
Yep, definitely. She's like, her mom's like saying that she saw as like her sister, and who was impatient and strong-willed and loved her ability to drive her to madness. And
yes, Ophelia. Hopefully, we'll find out more about her.
Yeah, definitely. And once he's like saying, "I'm not your sister," her mom's like, "No, you're my daughter. I won't fail you the way that her mom failed Ophelia."
Mm-hmm.
So she's definitely like harboring some guilt and fears here, and stuff, like what she dealt with in the past with her sister. And Wednesday just takes off and says that this isn't over. Of course not, because Wednesday really wants to get that book back.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost driving her to the point of like where it's like she's obsessed over getting that book now.
Well, in her eyes, that book was given to her by her spiritual guide / ancestor, Goody.
Mm-hmm.
And she feels like that is hers, and she feels
Right.
very disrespected, that and feels unfair that her mom took her book without her knowledge.
Right.
It felt like her mom like stepped over a boundary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Because she probably felt like her mom went into her personal space and doesn't respect her as an equal enough to say, "Hey, I know this is yours, but please use caution." Instead, she just takes it from her and says, "You shouldn't have this at all."
Yeah. So Gomez comes in with, I'm guessing, champagne.
Probably.
And apparently her nickname is Tish.
Yeah, Tish. We're from Morticia. Yes.
Tish.
Yes,
Tish.
Morticia. So he calls her Tish for short.
Yep. And Morticia says, "I'm sorry, Mon Cherie, that romantic moves that unexpectedly escaped me." And Gomez, doesn't really take this too hard. It just says maybe later. It just raises one of the glasses and just gives that like cheeky wink look.
That's typical Gomez and stuff like that, because he really doesn't want to take sides. Because here's the thing that people make the mistake, they'll like want to take sides, and the thing is, Gomez is like wise enough to say, "You know what, this is between you and your mother, my dear. I'm staying out of this. So good luck, God bless." Basically.
Yeah, basically. Like, I don't. So right here, Wednesday's at her dorm room looking at Galvin's eyeball. I had to mute this scene because I could not stand the squishy sounds.
Yeah, no, I get you. It is a little gross when you hear it. Just like, okay, I get it. You're examining it Wednesday, but do you have to be stabbing it when you're
I
examining?
think she's holding it with some kind of pliers or something like that.
I think it's like
But
a forceps or something.
probably, but the sound it was making like the fleshy sound. Like, I can't stand it. I need
No,
to
I
turn this
get
off. I need to turn this off.
it. I understand that one completely.
Yeah, unless he's like, Enid is apparently going through something on her bed in the background there. And unless she's like, wants to for her mom to get Goody's book back. And she says she might as well solve the case the old-fashioned way. Well, since you had to do the old-fashioned way anyhow, because for some reason you can't use your psychic ability for some odd reason, which you don't know as to why just yet. And like Wednesday's like, wondering, maybe have Galpin finally have left some kind of a useful clue, but yet in death he refuses to corroborate because she's looking at his phone. And it's locked. She can't get into the phone because it's only you have to get a certain password or some kind of like, I don't know, maybe fingerprint scan.
I think it's probably facial recognition kind of thing. It's one of those new things that they're now doing for phones and stuff like that. They'll say,
Yeah.
"Do you want a thing?" And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
It's because they're very finicky. Because I know that sometimes people will try to I know firsthand that somebody tried to do a thing on their iPad that they had tried to lock it with a thumbprint, and they couldn't get into it. And they were using that same thumbprint, and it wouldn't give them access, so they had to use another finger in order to unlock that particular iPad. But I don't recommend it because it's very, very finicky, because the same thing that you're trying to use to unlock it may not be recognized by that same device.
Yeah, that could be possible. And Enid is like going through her clothes, and there's the pink unicorn right there. She's like, I'm doomed. I have nothing to wear. And where's my top to my zebra striped bikini? I'm like, girl, you have a lot of clothes on the bed. Pick something.
I think she's basically one of those typical fashionistas types. They'll say, "I have nothing to wear. I have nothing to wear." So I think that's what it is with Enid. She's like a fashionista type.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Winston is just getting bothered and annoyed by it. And Fink touches the eyeball. Ugh, gross. Apparently, Enid is getting ready. Apparently, Enid doesn't like the eyeball either. Like, telling her, are you gonna stare at the disgusting eyeball, or gonna help her out, Enid? Apparently, once he says it's an overnight camping trip, how many outfits could you need? I have to say, you just can't choose one. In terms of Enid, you just can't choose one.
Yeah, because she mentions all the different outfits that she needs them and what they're for.
Yes. she's like, there's the bus fit, then for the open campfire, then there's the late night swim, and then the morning hike, and the final jamboree, not to mention breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And, says like it'd be a perfect opportunity for Wednesday to get finally know the wolf pack better, which Wesley is not really keen on. Like, Wesley just wants to focus on this murder mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And Wincy mentions a quote here saying, Voltaire once said, "Happiest lives is busy solitude," and Enid's like telling her, like, you can't avoid people forever. I am sure Wednesday can to some degree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She prefers it that way too.
Mm-hmm. She does. And she so Wednesday brings up, she's really nice. So she brings up, considering you've been avoiding Ajax, he keeps dropping gifts at the door like some desperate raccoon. I'm like, oh, damn. And Enid's like, she didn't expect her relationship with Bruno to heat up so quickly, because they literally skipped the talking phase. And she doesn't know how to break things off with Ajax.
Yeah.
And once he just thinks, like, just to give a quick blow to the head should suffice. I'm like, that doesn't really solve anything.
True, but for Wednesday, she probably just thinking, hey, that's the best way to get you to listen, because if you're knocked out, because Enid talks excessively, so I think that's probably why she probably says that.
Yeah, she does. She does. And Enid doesn't want to hurt Ajax's feelings, but it's not his fault that they grew apart over the summer, which it isn't. But it's still at the same time, she should tell him, hey, I don't really have the same feelings for you anymore.
Yeah, she needs to stop stringing him along. I mean, honestly, just let him know.
Yeah, agreed. And when she's good, just even further away, because she just wants to get things done. And says, like, did your friend Davina borrow your swimsuit top? And Enid's like, oh my god, maybe she did. Thank you, Wednesday. And she just takes off.
Yep.
And yeah. So things like talking to Wednesday, it's like, Wednesday's like, I don't know if Davina borrowed her bikini top. I needed the decibel level to go down so she could think. And Wednesday's telling saying that the premonition she said she had about Enid's supposed death stays between them, because if she's going if she's going full Sylvia Plath, which I don't even know what that means, or a bikini top, who knows how she reacted if she knew that Wednesday had a vision of her death. Yeah, especially I pretty much agree with that, especially how she's reacting to her outfits, what she should be wearing. What did you say?
Sylvia Plath is actually a famous writer, basically from the 1920s and stuff like that. Basically,
okay.
Yeah, she wrote a semi autobiographical novel, and then a month later she committed suicide.
Yeah, she was very depressed, and a lot of her writings was very dark and somber-ish. So
she was only 30 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, yeah.
So Agnes hears what Wednesday said. Is she's caught off guard, and Agnes is like, Enid's dying. Can I stay at the funeral? Stumble over the rainbow. Feels very Enid. I already know the lyrics. I'm like, that's rather morbid.
Yeah. Agnes is a little twisted.
Yeah, a little twisted. Yeah, yeah. Wednesday's like telling Agnes that Enid's not going to die because she's going to find the murderer first,
Right.
and pretty much kind of threatens her if she breathes a word. And then Agnes just really cuts her off and says, "You'll find a way. We find some fiendish way, exotic way to kill me. I know." So she wants Wednesday to kill her.
She's got a weird obsession with Wednesday. She's impressed by Wednesday, and nothing like intimidates her. Basically,
No, definitely not. And
she's got a weird. Sorry, I was just gonna say that it's like she's got this weird hero worship over Wednesday. That's basically what it seems like.
Especially if she saved the school last season. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So Agnes is like, what's your next move? And when she says there's no next move, I already have a right hand, which is Thing. And she doesn't need another, and tells her to find someone else to stalk. Like, damn. Well, because Agnes is an invisible person. She can actually turn invisible.
Yeah.
Like an invisible woman.
True. And that actually is a movie that they made back in the 1940s.
Yeah. And Agnes is just like in dismay, and she's like telling Wednesday, the more you push me away, the more I want to please you.
Mm-hmm.
And then she puts in classic emotional manipulation technique. I'm like, just give all your cards away, dumbass. Not good, but you don't really end it off like that. And Wednesday is just having enough with Agnes. And she's saying that she's late to the funeral, and tells Agnes that she's still here when she gets back. She'll be early for another. Like, damn.
I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
You're the guy. You're not welcome here. Go away.
You don't know us. We are the Addams family. We have a body count.
Yes.
I wonder how much is that body count?
Good question.
So we see we're at the Hummer shed, or the bee shack, or the wasp shack, whatever we want to call it.
Right.
And Pugsley and Eugene are feeding Slurp with a dog bowl, it seems.
With the mystery meat.
Oh my goodness, that looks so nasty.
With mystery meat, yeah. Pig butts and chicken brains.
Ew.
I think.
Ugh, lovely. No, thank you.
What the hell, man?
No, thank you. I think I'll stick to McDonald's if I have to, even though that's not the best nowadays.
Yeah. And, Pugsley's like telling Eugene he was here this morning. Apparently he took off. Look, yeah, he did take off because he ate the, German number. Like, I think he escaped and ate the poor driver's ed person.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not good.
No,
But
it's not.
you can see every time you can see he's appearing more human like, weirdly enough here. And Pugsley mentions it that that he's healing.
Yeah,
Yep, he's healing. And
he's starting to look a little more.
Eugene looks inside his skull, and you can see he's literally
Little tiny brain growing.
tiny brain is growing.
Mhm.
Chinese brain is regrowing. And-
Yep.
Yep, like Eugene says, it's regenerating in hyper speed. Well, for some odd reason, he's regenerating his body to be more healthier and more healing every time he eats human flesh. Weirdly enough. Don't know as to why though. Like, how is the clockwork boy who did an experiment was thrown off the clock tower into the he was buried at the skull tree with his clockwork heart ticking. Pugsley's electric ability revives him, and his body, the clockwork boy's body, which has to degrade over time, again makes him alive again.
Mhm.
Pugsley's electric ability makes him alive again. And somehow is healing himself, eating human flesh.
Yeah, which is really weird.
Really weird. So is he like, it has to be, something that the clockwork boy did to himself to have that kind of ability. You know what I mean?
Could be.
I don't know. It could be. Could be. And Eugene sees like Pugsley's telling Eugene is the mystery meat, that the more he eats, the more alive he gets. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. It's not really the mystery meat. It's human flesh. That's
It's his little zappy powers.
Yeah. And Eugene is worried, what if he runs away again? And Pugsley's telling him that he won't, that he's brainless, but he that knows that he has a sweet setup here. How's being chained to the wall in a shack?
I don't know how.
That is really weird for him to say that.
Maybe that's a sweet setup for Pugsley. But
I don't know. I think because Pugsley wants a friend, and he's like, "Oh, I can have a friend whenever I want to," but not realizing that there's consequences if he does do it that way.
Definitely. And says who else is going to take care of him. And then Eugene picks up a larva with some pliers, saying that it's a New England corpse moth, that it's super rare and it's only found, which Pugsley adds, in corpses.
Ew.
Yeah, gross. Yeah, I just had a gag reflex. Yeah, it's gross.
And remember, his name is Slurp.
Slurp. Yep.
Yeah, and the slurping noises he makes. Ugh. Ew.
Oh, yeah, let's just not get sick now.
So, if you do show a picture of his Slurp's face, I love his eyes because he's got the Tim Burton zombie eyes.
You mean this?
Yeah, oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, okay. The one before he started, his face started growing more. He had like these bug eyes, but yeah, I could see that.
Bug eyes, but it's more coming more
Becoming more
human-like.
human, yeah.
Uh,
But before he was like
Uh.
bug eyes.
yeah, it's really grotesque. Apparently, Slurp wakes up and tries to make a noise, and Pugsley tells Eugene that he said his first word, and Eugene's like, nah. He's a zombie. Because Pugsley thinks that Slurp's calling him brah. And Eugene is like telling him he's a zombie. He ain't killing you, brah. He's trying to say brains. Which Eugene is really on the money on here.
Yes, he is.
Pugsley refuses to acknowledge that fact.
Yeah. Poor Pugsley. He's so naive.
Yeah. Yeah. And, yeah, brains. And Pugsley's telling Eugene not to use the Z word, that he's sensitive. And in the background, Slurp is trying to reach for either Eugene or Pugsley here.
Probably Pugsley.
Probably, maybe. I don't know. And he just oh god, yeah, just
oh no.
Sticks out his tongue like that just to eat one of them. And Pugsley electrocutes him and stuff. Before I just want to say before Slurp does that, Pugsley tells Eugene we're supposed to be his friends.
Mm-hmm.
And and then Pugsley tells when Slurp tries to since his tongue tries to get a bite of one of them, Pugsley electrocutes Slurp and says no biting. And Eugene has enough, saying that he's too dangerous. We need to tell someone. And Pugsley's saying no, I'll take him away, or worse, put him down. And Eugene's he's already dead. We can't leave him here alone while we're off camping.
Mm-hmm.
And Pugsley's saying, don't worry, I got that covered. And Eugene just has enough and he leaves.
Yeah, that's pretty ominous when Pugsley's saying, oh, I got it under control. I'm like, uh-oh, what do you mean you got it under control, Pugsley?
Yeah. So we see the coffin of Mr. Galpin.
Yes.
And we see Sheriff Santiago and Dr. Fairburn paying their respects and stuff. I know, Putty Poo. I'm sorry, my kitty's here, my little pumpkin. Yeah, and the Reverend right here is saying may the road rise to meet you, may the wind be at your back, may the sunshine warm your face, may the rain fall upon your fields. That's really nice.
Yeah, she's trying to be comforting.
Yep. And said a prayer, and she says amen, and she takes off. And then we see Wednesday.
Yep.
Let's see if I can get up. There's Sheriff Santiago and Dr. Fairburn. Sorry, Sarah Fairburn. Wednesday mentions that says 2 more than Galpin ever deserved, which is harsh.
Yeah.
Sheriff Santiago said she sent an official saying that Galpin was a former sheriff. So she was his deputy at one point. I guess she got promoted.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Because she's taken over now that he's passed away at this point.
Yeah. And that she said she let a coin toss to her deputy Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
And that Dr. Fairburn is representing Tyler, who grimly asked to make sure that his father was really passed on.
Right.
And the sheriff's like wondering like what's Wednesday's excuse, saying that it's her. She's fixing business of pleasure, and funerals are a hobby. Killers have a bad habit of showing up to their victims. Place of the murder, I guess you can say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it says like sheriff's like says that Dr. Fairburn told her that Wednesday visited at Willow Hill, and warns her that he won't give her clues. He sent down rabbit holes, and doesn't take years of police work to see that. So she knows what Wednesday's is up to, I guess you can say.
Yeah. She's calling her bluff basically at this point.
Yeah. And Wednesday's like retorting like it wasn't years of police work that exposed Tyler as a hide. It was her. True enough. Sheriff Santiago is like telling her like, I should have warned you to stay out of the crosshairs of another unhinged outcast, aka a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Which is true. The sheriff takes off. Well, before the sheriff takes off, she mentions that whoever killed Galpin and Bradbury means business, and tells her don't tempt fate, Mrs. Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely don't want to do that. Before Dr. Fairburn is about to leave as well, and Wednesday questions if Galpin ever visit Tyler. And I think Dr. Fairburn's trying to psych Wednesday out, saying, like, do you really expect me to tell you that? Like, some kind of, like, maybe, like, haha, gosh, you test or something like that?
Could be.
Could be. Yeah, could be. And, Dr. Fairburn says, like, within seconds, she says, Tyler transformed, almost ripped through the titanium bars, took a full 5 minutes with a shock collar before he returned to inform.
Oof.
Never seen anything like it. Pure, undiluted rage. Really? He bent those titanium bars? Damn, man. No human can do that.
No.
No, definitely not. And once he tells like Dr. Fairburn that she thinks that the killer is an avian, And Dr. Fairburn, says the ability to control birds. And Cheeky theory, rest assured we have no avian patients at Willow Hill. And Wesley appreciates her appreciates her candor. And Dr. Fairburn says to her, says, like you said, the only reason the Tyler safety locked away is because of Wednesday. And she thinks that's a little off the record quid pro quo.
Hmm.
And Wednesday's says that's more than Galpern ever gave her. Like, dang. Like, do we have any nice words for Galpin or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently
Oof.
not.
There's that. Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, that crow's back again. Uh-oh.
Yep, there's the graveyard. It was like the middle of the town, which is like kind of spooky.
Yes.
And yes, we do see the red-eyed crow watching in silence, which is creepy. So we see Bianca at the Apple Hollow, and she goes straight to the receptionist desk lady, and uses her siren song on her. Well, the receptionist, before she does that, the receptionist lady asks, like, welcome to the Inn at Apollo, and she's like checking in. Bianca approaches, takes her necklace off, and uses her siren song to say, I need the key to room 302.
Yes.
And the receptionist lady just gives her the key.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because apparently this is where her mom was at.
Yep. And tells the receptionist lady that this guest is not to be disturbed and that she was never here. And the receptionist lady's like trying to give her marbles, I guess you can say.
Yeah.
Bianca goes into the room of 302, and she's asking for her mom. We see the TV is on, and then her mom walks in, and she's watching TV. And Bianca's like, what did I tell you to keep these curtains closed? You haven't been out. And her mom's like, says, I've been glued to the news. And apparently, and she looks worried.
She does. She looks worried and scared.
Yeah. Morning Song Compound raided. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Not good.
That's not good.
Not good. WYBS News. Morning Song Compound raided. Well, the cop cars and stuff. Bianca said that she did hear the FBI raided the Morning Song Compound this morning, and her mom looks really concerned.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I guess that's where her mom was probably staying.
I guess so. Bianca mentions that Gideon wasn't there. Someone named Gideon. Her mom is,
I guess it was her husband, I think.
Probably. So Mrs. Barclay tells her daughter Bianca. So her full name is Gabrielle Barclay, and she tells her daughter Bianca that she's scared.
Mm-hmm.
And Bianca tells that the only way she was leaving that cult was in handcuffs or in a body bag. And
Oof,
she wasn't going to let that happen.
yikes.
I say the handcuffs, not the body bag. I
It
mean,
depends
that's
on how.
I guess you could say those are the lesser of
True.
two evils. I guess you could
True.
say.
I mean, I guess it depends on the extremity of what the cult was all involved in too.
Right,
So
right, 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 right. Exactly right. And her mom's like, I know. Um, and Bianca's like, telling her mother, like, Gideon found you the most vulnerable. I'm not blaming you. And her mom's like saying that she should because they both know the only reason he married her was to help him recruit people so they could steal uh, money.
ooh,
Like, their money, the people's money.
right.
And
So
Bianca's like, yeah. Bianca's like, let's water under the bridge.
mm-hmm. Yeah, because apparently they've used their siren song, I guess, for like conning people out of money or
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
Right. That's why they're not very trusted. I mean, you could kind of make them do whatever you want, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a form of hypnotism, basically.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Like, I and not remembering what after happened. And her, Bianca is like telling her like the that the hard part is over, that she got her out. Now you just have to stick to the plan. You got evidence that Gideon is a fraud, and I sirened. Bianca sirened those feds into action. And see if I can get and that is Gideon Sterling, who is a wanted person.
Right.
So he's on the run. And Bianca's like telling her mother they're going to find Gideon, and once he's in custody, both her mom will be free, and promise her mom that she will keep her safe. But see if I can get. I don't think I can get it, but I can't get it. But her mom looks all concerned,
Mm-hmm.
so she's still quite worried.
Yeah, I think because she knows as long as Gideon's out there that she's not out of the woods,
No,
basically, until he's caught.
nope, not until he's got back at Nevermore Academy. Once he goes to the school center courtyard and see Agnes during some milkshakes, I guess you could say.
Yeah, they're probably just having a break between classes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once he's, in her mind that the investigation has flatlined, and the only chance for resuscitation is by taking drastic measures. And drastic measures is to ask Agnes for help.
Yeah, she doesn't trust Agnes.
No. But I love their drinks.
Yeah, they look really good.
Really good. Yep. So in the dorm room, we see Galpin, and we see Agnes is telling this wannabe Galpin to make his nose bigger. which the person does.
Right.
And Wednesday shows the Gulpin's phone, and successfully unlocks the phone.
Yeah, because apparently he was using his face as a facial recognition to unlock and lock his phone, basically.
Mm-hmm. Oh, like I don't know, like I can show, but they're holding up a newspaper paragraph and picture of
Yeah.
Galpin
Yeah, the clip and for reference, basically, to make sure they
for
get it right.
reference. Yes. And Agnes tells the wannabe Galpin to make the nose bigger. Wednesday shows the phone up, which successfully unlocks the phone. Oh, I forgot. Like, no. Let's look back a bit. Okay, I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy here. So, when Wednesday approaches Agnes, she says, like, when you sent me those creepy text messages, how did you unlock Galpin's phone?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's when, in the dorm room, Agnes is holding up the little piece of newspaper of Galpin, knowing that he has passed away, and this picture of him.
Mm-hmm.
And wannabe Galpin, enlarges his Agnes tells wannabe Galpin to enlarge his nose a little bit more. What the wannabe does. When she shows Galpin's phone towards the wannabe Galpin, which unlocks the phone successfully, and stuff. And we see that is Agnes' friend, who's a shapeshifter, who's able to portray as Galpin.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Wednesday's like happy that pleased that she's in Galpin's phone. The shapeshifter is Agnes' friend Josephine, and tells her she did a great job. Saying, nice shape shifting. Josephine says, anything for Wednesday Addams. So she's fangirling over Wednesday.
Yes.
And Wednesday is just busy going through Galpin's phone. And Agnes tells Wednesday she grabbed everything she could from Galpin's house before the cops did a sweep. And wanted their first case together to be, I guess, good, I guess. And Wednesday tells Agnes that she finds her lack of boundaries infuriating, and her defining devotion to her irksome. Yeah, so she's getting annoyed because she just wants to go through Galpin's phone. And Wednesday pretty much tells both Josephine and Wednesday's going to her desk and tells Josephine and Agnes. Before she does that, Josephine, I think she says Wednesday's even cooler in person, and that's when Wednesday tells that they're both dismissed.
Yeah.
Yeah, which.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once he opens the voicemail on Galpin's phone, and it's Carl Bradbury, and you hear him say, "If I don't make it, the evidence is in the safe at the bullpen." And we hear the in the background there's some cawing, and the voicemail ends. So it was just right then he's getting when the voicemail ends. That's when he's being attacked by the crows,
Yes.
which is creepy.
Very creepy.
You're just listening to the last moments of Carl Bradbury.
Yeah, that's definitely disturbing.
Yeah, definitely. Not good.
Mm-mm.
And once these like what bullpen that Bradbury hasn't been a cop for years. Like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. So he wasn't always a sneaky photographer. He was a cop.
Yeah. I mean, they also use bullpen for like if I remember correctly, I think they use it like in reporters use that term.
Weird that he was a cop and goes on to and just I guess somehow for whatever reason wasn't a cop anymore and just and is a sneaky photographer.
Yep.
Weird. So Wednesday's like going through the box of Galpin stuff, and she finds a pic. Let's see if I can find it. No. Oh, there it is. There's a picture of a cottage right there. She flips the there's the better picture of it, of a cottage right there.
Mm-hmm.
If I can get it, come on now. Yeah, going through this stuff. Yep, the flips over. It says the Bullpen 2015 Pine Crest. So I guess that's her new destination she'll have to go to.
Yep.
Now, interestingly, I wanted to mention right here, right here, she's looking at the map with Thing. It's a map of now, I did some digging of the map, and the map is in that she's looking at is Vermont, New Hampshire.
Okay.
Fictionally, right. Just putting out there. We were actually filming in Romania and Ireland.
That is pretty interesting. Yes.
Yeah. So it's not really in Vermont, New Hampshire, even though the map says it is.
True.
And she's looking at so there's Camp Jericho, and okay, there he goes. There's Camp Jericho. And see here, it's just a waterfall away to Pine Crest. I can't see what that says there. Let me get a look. Let me go look. Good look at it. I think that says Lighterback Falls, I think.
Might be.
So she has to go past Lighterback Falls, and then she gets to the Pine Crest area. So that's what she needs to go to.
Okay.
And Lindsay's like to saying like how we get there.
Yeah, now she's
And
trying to track it where she needs to go.
and Thing points to Camp Jericho, which
Road trip.
signifies, well, camping trip. So
Exactly.
Lindsay's like, looks like the great outdoors begins after all. And she says, pack weapons. Weapons! What weapons do you need for camping? Do that martial bugle call for camping trips right in front of the werewolf statue. Or is it some kind of trumpet? I don't know.
It's a megaphone, I think.
I guess. So the students are all gathering around, and he's like, making a speech saying good morning, saying it's wonderful to see your bright shining faces. Like the buses are already here. Be careful loading those coffins. Really, they're bringing coffins with them.
Well, yeah, because some of them are vampire students, so yeah, they would need a coffin.
Oh yeah, you're right. Number 1, look out for each other. Number 2, have fun. And Bianca doesn't look confused because she knows the true character of Mr. Principal Barry Dort here. So she ain't enthused. Like her fellow classmates, Eugene and I think his name is Kent. Kent, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Enid as at the let's see if I can get it. No. At the Telltale Cafe food truck, there's the guy. Then you must be the chef.
I guess so.
Mm-hmm. And Enid is like, this is my last day of civilization for 2 whole days. It's just 2 days, girl. Be happy it's not a week. And Enid wants to get a venti Ferrancio 2 punch chocolate, 1 pump strawberry, and an extra pump of steak sauce, please. That all sounds good until she said steak sauce. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, Enid.
No, you should say whipped cream, not steak sauce. No,
Right.
What are you doing? You're reading the whole shake, or the Ferracino, whatever you call it.
Well, she is part wolf, so she does need to get some kind of meat in there.
Yep. Ajax approaches Enid, saying, "Guess you weren't ready to commit to anything." Oh, so he feels gypped here.
Ooh.
Yeah, Enid's like a bit taken back. Says, "Hey," and Ajax notes that, like, I know you'd like to change your mind about outfits up to the last minute, and I don't know if we can see the suitcases. I'll try. Well, let's see. I don't know if I can. Oh, here's good as any. So, apparently Enid has like 2 suitcases and a backpack, so she's really well packed with her clothes and stuff. I guess you could say. I thought it would be more than that, but I guess not. Yeah, 2 pink suitcases and I think a pink backpack or something like that.
Might be her makeup case.
Probably. Ian's like, telling Ajax, like, I've been really, really hard on my overpacking addiction, but so far I failed miserably. I think two suitcases and a backpack's good enough. That ain't not really that bad.
Especially if it's an overnight trip, you just need like a suitcase, I think.
Mm-hmm, definitely. And Ajax wants to give her a hand for her bags. But Bruno comes in and he says, no worries, I got this. Which Ajax is a little bit flabbergasted with. And let's see here. Oops. Takes the bags. She gets her Furacino. Hey, Jay Aldrich, what's up? Thanks for coming by here. Hope you having a good night. Look at that. Look at that Furacino. Look at all the colors and sprinkles, marshmallows, and
my goodness.
Right.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind that myself, but
yeah, just without the steak sauce.
How big it's like it is like I don't know if that's whipped cream or what.
I'm not sure.
I have no idea. Yeah, but poor Ajax looks disappointed, and Enid is just very uneasy.
Yeah.
Right.
And yep, there's the Furacino. Miss Capri wants to have a word with Enid. Well, before Enid takes off with Miss Capri, she tells Enid, wants to have a word with her. She gets her Furacino, says thank you to the Telltale Cafe boss or cook, boss cook.
Mm-hmm.
And tells Ajax they're gonna catch up at the campgrounds. And Ajax is like, no, says like sounds like a plan. And Enid heads off from Miss Capri. And Miss Capri notes that she looked like she needed help. We're gonna need to go over some ground rules with everyone since someone decided to schedule a camping trip during a full moon, and Miss Capri calls out Mr. Toodlepole. I'm guessing he was the one who decided to do the camping trip during a full moon. That doesn't sound really good. But look how big that is. That of the Furacino milkshake. Like, I'm assuming that's whipped cream, I'm guessing. Because the whipped cream and the marshmallows are it's not only it's like a lot higher than the cup, it's overflowing half of the cup. How are you supposed to, like, of course you're going to drink it, but how are you going to stop from that melting down and getting into your hands?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a mess. And Edith's like, enjoying her Furacino. Then there's Wednesday appearing behind her. And Edith's like, oh my God, yes, you decided to come. And saying we're going to have so much fun. And Wednesday just wants her to tamp down the uberance that's merely a cover for her ongoing murder investigation. Which Enid says is a slaycation. Agnes shows up holding a map. Enid and Agnes are still bumping heads to each other because, well, in Enid's mind, that Agnes was trying to kill her and Bruno. And they're like, Enid's like telling her, Agnes, scram psychic before her claws slip. And Agnes is telling her, don't get your fur balls in a snarl. And so she's assisting Wednesday. And when Agnes tells Wednesday she managed to triangulate the exact coordinates of the cabin. And it'll be a brisk 30 minutes hike from the camp. And she took liberty of plotting multiple routes. And Enid's like telling Wednesday that Agnes tried to kill her.
Right.
Which Wednesday says, like, what she filmed, she proves she's only an amateur. Which Agnes, in her dismay, says, like, ouch, I deserve that.
I do like that shot with the three of them. You got Wednesday in the background.
Yep.
You got Enid in the middle, and then you got I don't know her name, crazy redhead girl, Agnes. Yeah. And I love the juxtaposition between the way all three of them look.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and Wednesday tells Agnes to take her backpack, and to secure a window seat for her. And Enid tells Agnes that she's gonna sleep with one eye open. And Agnes tells her, "Don't bother, Pop. You want to see me coming?"
Right.
Was just kind of like creepy. Let's see here. There's Principal Barry Dort saying he's glad to see your last minute addition to the adventure, and asked her why the change of heart. Which Wednesday retorts that in her experience, someone always dies in the woods. Perhaps we'll get lucky.
Ooh.
Yeah. Sounds great. Not really. We see 4 buses going down the road towards the camping trip. And let's see if I can get it right here. Let's see here. Come on now. Well, I think that's the best I can get, but it says Camp Jericho and the squirrel says welcome. And the cop on the top of the bus just takes that out. Whoopsies. See the parking lot right there. There's some police cars right there. Just to make sure the camp's all okay. There's Pugsley carrying a coffin with contains
Slurp.
Slurp.
Oops.
Whoops. And he's like dragging it. He ain't strong enough to carry it.
Well, let's face it, Slurp is dead weight, and I'm not being funny when I say that, but he really is.
I mean,
No, you're not
he
wrong
is
with
dead weight.
that. Yeah, he's dead
Yep.
weight. So once he's getting out of the blue boss, once he's like telling her brother, despite my attempts to, extenuate, extenuate, or something like that regard.
Anyway,
Yeah, extenuate. Yeah, you're not completely bloodless. And she's like, what's up with the vampire coffin? Pussy's like, what's up, sis? And she's asking her brother what's up with the vampire coffin. And he's like, the smuggle, and Pussy's like, smuggle signal flares and gasoline, for the forest fire. I'm like, that doesn't
Yes.
sound very good. And
but
once
that's
it's like,
totally ugly.
once he's
It is-
like, you mean campfire?
He's like, oh yeah, duh.
Yeah. And she's like, well, unless something burns. If Slip is making a racket in the coffin and Pugsley kicks it to not the Wednesday to notice. But
I think she knows. I think she knows something's up with the coffin.
Yeah, because she
Yeah.
clearly heard it, and she's like looking at Pugsley.
She knows what Pugsley's doing.
Yeah, she's like, has that twinkle in her eye.
They've grown up together. I mean, she probably reads him like a book.
Yeah.
Like a book. Yep. And then they hear their family car horn, and it's their parents. Gomez gets out of the car, saying hello to his children, especially Wednesday, which is or pernicious prodigy. And it says, don't you find the smell of fresh air positively nauseating? And she's like wondering, what do we owe this ghastly apparition? Apparently, the Gomez got a call for parent chaperones and spend a fair share under nature's canopy. And stuff. And Wednesday says like the concrete jungle doesn't count. Does he mean the mall?
Right. Concrete Jungle is like the city.
Yeah, the major
Well,
cities, New York City. Kind of
Tomato,
like,
tomato, I guess.
it's kind of like this old show that was, I think it was in the 60s or 70s, I think it was, called Green Acres, where this young blonde socialite, she's basically from the city, and then she marries this country guy, and basically it's like a big culture shock for her to adjust to the countryside. And it's a fun show, though. I mean, because the opening song is like absolutely hilarious. The vast contrast. You talking about yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Fresh air. She's like, the stars. It's like, really?
Oh no, Leanna had light heart attack 7 days ago. Yeah, I think you remember me telling me.
Yeah.
Jay.
Aw.
I'm
Yeah.
glad she's resting at home and taking it easy. Hope she's doing good.
Yeah, I should.
Hopefully
Mhm.
that gets better and improves.
Yeah.
Definitely. Then Morticia gets out of the car with her nice outfit. See if I can get the this is what she looks like in her camping outfit, I guess, with the little mini sun umbrella.
A parasol.
Yeah. I'm more of a fan of her large dresses.
Well, she can't really wear a dress when she's out camping.
True.
But knowing Morticia, she'll make a way.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you see her tent
Yeah.
sets up, yeah, you
That is hilarious when we show that. Yeah, that's a lot of fun to see.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And once she's like, what's she doing here? Her idea of committing with nature is deadheading roses in the greenhouse. Ow.
Nice callback to the movies when she says that.
Yeah. And like her dad almost is like, I thought we can make it a family affair. Pugsley and I engaged in some father and son bonding. And Pugsley is like, no, thanks, Dad. I'm going to think to stick with Eugene. And asks Lorch to give him a hand. Like while Wednesday was talking to her dad, like Pugsley was looking over his shoulder where the coffin is because Slurp again was making a racket. Well,
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, he doesn't want people to know that he brought Slurp, obviously.
No. There's Lorch helping carry the coffin, get the contains Slurp in. And mom and daughter are like in a staring contest, and her dad's like, maybe you two work it out. And Wednesday doesn't say anything; she just walks away.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't want to talk to her mother. There's the camping spot with the lookout tower and the waterfall right there. Looks really nice. There's the Addams family tent. It looks huge.
It is, yeah. It's basically a home.
Yeah,
it's a size. It's a little bigger than like a trailer, I think.
Yeah, it's an inflatable version of their house.
Basically,
almost like a bounce house.
And there's the record player.
I love how outside there's a record player and then
with a megaphone.
Very elaborate chairs.
That is so Gomez and Morticia.
Right. A little table for their drinks that Lurch is probably inside making the drinks for him.
Noah Lurch, yes.
Yep. Definitely. They're like, I guess they're having some kind of like fruit cocktail of some kind.
Could be.
And Lurch is like, the one who is like putting the tent up. I don't know if I can get him putting the tent up, but I'll try. There you go.
Okay, yes,
he's putting the tent.
Right. Yeah, he is. Yeah.
She's putting the tent. He's putting the tent up. And Gomez is like, coming to his lovely wife, saying that she looks like a predator. Allow me to be your helper's prey. And she's like not feeling it, saying, like, nah, cara mio, which is like for Spanish for darling.
Mm-hmm.
And Gomez is just getting fed up with this butting heads with daughter and mother kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
And like, I hate you being so out of sorts, and you should give Wednesday the book. And Morticia's like, I know your instincts is to give in to her, but we can't. I can deal with a venomous resentment, but I won't lose her. And asks Gomez for her full support, which Gomez, pretty much agrees with. So I'm confused here. Like, she says she can't give in. They can't give in to Wednesday. She can deal with Venom's resentment, but doesn't want to lose her. I think she's saying, like, she. I think what she's trying to say, like, they can't give in to Wednesday's tactics. I'm guessing.
Kind of like, cause she's trying to enact basically tough love to her, basically to say, hey, we're not always going to give in to what you want. You want the book. We know you want the book, but realistically, we're not going to give it to you.
Right. Yeah. Someone's throwing knives. And Eugene just walks right through it.
Right.
And it's a faceless throwing the knives. We see Pugsley at his tent. A little bit smaller, but it looks nice.
I like the Beetlejuice colors.
Oh, yes, I agree. Eugene's like telling him, thanks for setting up the tent. Out here, my world is my terrain. Because he's like a bug guy. And Eugene notices the bottle rockets. Like, he's like asking, what's up with the bottle rockets? And Pugsley's like, early warning system. And Pugsley's like, for what?
Yeah.
For what exactly? I can tell you what.
Yes.
Slurps in the coffin inside the tent.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, what's Slurp doing here? Pugsley's like, telling Eugene, like you said, we can't leave him alone. Mm-hmm. So Eugene's like, so you brought him camping in the woods with all her classmates.
That's not a smart idea.
No.
That was not a smart idea, Pugsley.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pugsley makes a lot of dumb ideas.
Yep. And Pugsley's like telling Eugene to relax. If he tries to escape, they'll know. And Eugene just has absolutely had it, saying that that's it, I'll bunk with the other guys. I'm not sleeping with a zombie. Good idea. Because he doesn't want to be eaten.
Can't blame him there.
Let's go. There's a Slurp right there. Just inside the coffin. Gomez is approaching the tent. Saying he's bearing gifts, and Pugsley and him exit out of the tent, and gives a container to Pugsley. Said that his mother packed some homemade trail mix, which Pugsley opens, and it contains earthworms, bugs, dirt, and toenails. Everything you can find on the trail. that is dad Gomez told him. I thought it was going to be food.
Yeah, but I think Morticia misinterpreted when it said trail mix.
Trail mix means for food, not worms and actual dirt. Now, what's really funny here, we hear Slurp making a racket again, and Pugsley blames it on his stomach, and says, good timing with snacks. And Gomez is like, wondering if the boys are gonna invite me in, might invite him in the tent. Yeah. The two boys blocked his path, and Pugsley says, "No, Eugene whipped."
Oh, he's saying,
Oh man,
oh,
yeah,
yikes.
yes, like his dad's like, "Ugh." And
Like, okay, never mind.
Eugene should be feeling embarrassed here, but he knows, but he just pipes up and says, "Yeah, it smells like someone died in there. Mind the pun." Mind the pun.
Yes.
And Gomez the dad is understanding and tells the boys, if you get in trouble, remember the first rule of camping. Leave no trace, especially the bodies.
Yes.
Like that. I don't know about you, but I feel like the boy with Gomez mentioning that, it kind of psychs out the two boys, like as if he knows, but at the same time, not really.
Yeah, I don't think Gomez completely knows
Mm-hmm.
because he did go to like a juvenile camp with his brother before, so it could be reminiscent of that, basically.
Yeah. So we have Principal Barry Dort on a very big stump of a tree with students around him. Let's see if I can show it. All right, here we are. He says for the next 2 days that this camp will be known as Camp Outcast, and he shows a Outcast camp T-shirt. It's just like purple and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I love this view right here. There's a waterfall right there.
That's a gorgeous view.
Yeah, it's really gorgeous. And he throws the T-shirt, and Kent gets the T-shirt, and you see Bruno, Enid, Bianca, and Ajax. And Principal Barry Dort says, like, at Camp Outcast, there are no cell phones and no normies for miles. And everyone's like cheering.
And they spoke too soon.
And yeah, and they spoke too soon. Yep. They did. Because we hear a whistle. We hear a whistle. And we see the cadet master and some cadets. And this guy comes up onto the big stump where Principal Barry Dort is, saying he begs to differ. There's Pugsley and Eugene. Introduces himself as Don Kruger, who says he's the Phoenix Cadet Master. If you don't know, Don Kruger is actually the actor Anthony Michael Hall, who was the bully in Edward Scissorhands movie.
That's actually really cool.
Mm-hmm. He was in other movies.
I would not have recognized him.
That's very true.
He was in other movies too.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yep. He was in the Buffers Club, 16 Candles, Weird Science.
Ah.
Yeah. So he's been in a lot of movies.
Okay, so he's a very versatile actor.
Mhm.
Very, yeah.
And of course, he got back with Tim Burton.
Yes.
And it was
Yep.
like, hey,
For Edward Scissorhands. Yep.
for Edward Scissorhands. Yeah, maybe
Yep.
you can help me get a job here.
Yep. So that's cool. So Don Kruger, his character says he reserved the campground 6 months ago for an annual Camp Claw, and he's telling his cadets, "What does Claw mean?" And they're saying, "Camping, learning, adventure, wilderness, sir." Such a military, Boy Scout response.
Oh yeah.
And Pugsley and Eugene was like, "What the?" They were like, "What the heck?"
Like, oh no, we gotta get rid of these normies.
Yeah. So Don Kruger says they have a signed contract, and Principal Barry Dort looks at it, and so Don Kruger tells, like, which means you need to pack your tents and vacate the woods immediately. Tells to clear the camp. And I think I think he tells the cadets to help him pack or something like that.
Yeah, basically to escort them off the premises.
Yeah. Principal Barry Dort brings out his piece of paper. Says he also has a contract signed by the camp's owner. And Don Kruger looks at it, says, like, old Jack, he had retired to Orlando, and that his sons run the business now. Must have double booked.
Whoops.
Uh-oh. There's John Kruger's contract. And there's Principal Barry Dort's contract. So yeah, double booked it. And yeah, that's not good. And Principal Barry's like, sounds like normie incompetence. And it says, like, "Well, see you, Sarge." Trying to psych out that master to leave. But Don Kruger's not phased, saying he's been preparing these boy cadets for the last 364 days. That's a long time. For a ultimate wilderness challenge. And it's going to happen this weekend. And tells the cadets to help him pack and load. Outcast daylight set 1,600 hours. And the cadet boy said, "Yes, sir." And then that's when Wednesday appears with a black air horn, which gets everybody's attention, and says, "If you want your Deadeye drones want this campground so badly, then fight for us." And Don Kruger's like, "What? Excuse me?" So Wednesday pretty much like says, like, "Winner takes all, loser goes home." And
right.
Agnes and Josephine look. I don't know about Josephine, but Agnes looks excited.
True. Hey, Raquel, do you think we could maybe speed this up a little bit since we are
Sure. I'm trying to speed it up as fast as I can.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, yeah.
I don't want to miss any of the scenes, but yeah, I am speeding things up.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I mean, because we've been up for quite a while, and we're just trying to wrap up kind of early tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We just didn't want to be rude and just dip out and everything like we did last time. That's all.
I gotcha. Um, lost my place. Damn it.
I think the main thing that stands out to me with this that we can skip ahead to is like there's
Yep,
obviously the
right here.
rivalry between the two teams, yeah, with the
Yeah,
Zephyrs.
right. Yeah,
But and then we could show briefly that animated map of their
yeah,
strategy.
yeah. Principal Barry Dort said he likes the sound of that, and unless he tries to psych out the cadets, the master cadet of the cadets here, I was saying, unless you boys are not up for the challenge. Don Kruger thinks for a minute and he says, okay. And he looks to Wednesday, say, okay, Pigtails. Which Wednesday's a little annoyed with. We speak the same language. What are you proposing? And her eye kind of arches. Right here, we see two tripods with two. Could we call them Faber eggs?
And they're similar to Fabergé eggs. Yeah, I could definitely see that for sure.
Yeah, so there's Don Kruger and Principal Barry Dort right next to them.
Right.
So an Principal Barry Dort's like unexpected change to our schedule. I am announcing the first Cadet vs Outcast Color War. No, we do see the Outcasts wearing the purple shirts. The cadets are wearing their uniforms. Wednesday, she is.
She's always the outcast with her black, but it stands out for her. I mean, it looks cool for her.
Yeah. Weird. She's not even up front right there.
I think she's in the middle.
She might be, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she's wearing the black version of the school t-shirt, I guess you could say. So Principal Barry Dort says each side will have their own team suffer eggs that are designed by the Da Vinci students. And Don Kruger explains, the rules and engagement that are simple. So there's the purple egg with the letter N. And there's Wednesday with her version of the school colors that all in black. And so here's the animation scene right here. I like this scene. So he basically says this is the map of Camp Jericho. And Don Kruger explains the team will comprise of up to 10 members. They will be divided into defenders and attackers. Purple and green. The cadets are green, the outcasts are purple. The defenders will hold the other side's Zephyr, the egg, hostage. I see the green. You see the green Zephyr, which has the letter P on it for the cadets. The attackers are allowed to recapture the Zephyr by any means necessary. So. And, let's see. Once a team has reclaimed a Zephyr egg, they'll have to fire a signal flare. And they'll have to, see. Principal Barry Dort says that then it's a race to the finish line across Ciderback Falls. Back at the lookout tower. the first team to place their Zephyr on the tripod at the top of a tripod on top of the tower wins. And you'll see the that on the top, the Zephyr on top of the tower right there. So Bianca's like saying that Nightshades are back. Ajax and Enid and Bruno say they're in. But Ajax tells that it's only a Nightshade team, and just an awkward silence happens here, and that Enid's not really pleased, but Ajax gets the memo and just says, "Go ahead and sure, go ahead." And they're like, Bruno is asking, "What's the plan?" With Wednesday with them, she's listening to the plan as well. Saying they're going to guard the Zephyr egg. Ajax is going to stone and it says Bianca's going to sign anyone who gets near them. And Enid says that the rest of them will be under attack. And Dawn Kruger's pretty much telling the outcasts to have good luck, freaks. And Dawn Kruger's giving them a pep talk. And Wednesday said she traded her bed for a tent to find a bullpen cabin. A troop of testosterone-fueled jarheads is not compromising her mission. Dawn Kruger's giving a pep talk to his cadets. Saying that he a pep talk to his cadets. I don't know if I can show. Yeah. So.
He's breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah, so that the game challenge starts.
Right.
Yeah,
it starts with that pistol.
Yeah. That pistol. I can't really show it, but
yeah.
So
I saw you were trying to.
I was trying to. So, here it is. So Dawn Kruger said he hid some unsanctioned military supplies to even the odds. A gas mask and I think some headphones.
Yeah, so they wouldn't be able to hear Bianca's siren call or any of the other sirens.
Yeah, and the cadets are guarding a Zephyr egg, which is the I think it's the outcast Zephyr egg, and so that means the outcast team is guarding the green Zephyr egg. That is for the outcasts. So the purple Zephyr egg is the purple one that has the letter P, and the green Zephyr egg is the one with the the purple one is the purple egg one has the letter N on it, and the green one has the letter P on it.
Correct.
So you see right there at the. So there's Wednesday and Bianca overlooking the border of the old location. Ajax and Kent are looking over the green Zephyr egg. We see the cadets looking over the bush, and one of them is about to fire. Uh-oh.
Yep. They use their skills, their
Yep.
powers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
I
that.
see. There was that shot right there. It was like there was a bullet perfectly exiting a
The chamber.
So
Girl.
I forgot to mention, Bianca says she can't siren the cadets because they're wearing headphones. She can't use her siren song,
Ooh, ooh.
Right.
right? And then
yeah.
the cadets are watching Ajax with the green Zephyr. And and the cadet gives the other cadet with the arrow the go sign because they want to pin the beanie. If they want to get rid of the Gordon's beanie, his beanie hat, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, because that way he can turn his friend into stone, basically.
Yeah. Yep. So the beanie hat gets pinned to the tree. Kent's like what the heck? And there's his Gordon hair of snakes. And he's like, oh no, close your eyes. And then the idiot turns to his friend, and Kent looks at him, and Kent gets stoned.
Yeah.
Ajax gets a cadet puts a bag over Ajax's head, and so the green Zephyr egg is theirs. They fire. Yep, one of the cadets gets the green Zephyr egg. They fire a green flare, which Pugsley and Eugene
He's
see.
like, Wednesday's got the egg. Yeah.
Yeah, Wednesday gets the egg. Not Wednesday. The cadets got the egg. And Don Kruger's happy about it. Here comes the werewolves, Bruno and Enid. They coming for their purple egg.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday and Bianca are waiting in the wings. But the cadets, I think it's it looks like a smoke bomb to me.
A little bit.
Or some kind of, yeah, it does look a smoke bomb to me. There's thing in the tree.
Yeah, he's scouting things for them.
Yep. I know, I can show it here. Yeah, so apparently it's tear gas.
Yeah.
And stuff, which is not great.
Nope.
Wednesday tells Sting to signal air support. What air support? Here's Eugene.
That's the wasp then at that point.
Yeah.
That's what he
Are
means.
there wasps or bees?
It's probably either both.
I don't know.
Either way, Eugene knows how to control those insects, so he
Mm-hmm.
would basically help use them against the other team.
Yeah, and the Ride of the Valkyrie song is playing.
Yeah, it's a perfect song whenever they have something like whenever there's a battle kind of scene, which is hilarious.
I know, it's hilarious, and they're just getting. Eugene is like guiding the bees or wasps to their target,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just getting it swarmed and attack
Yeah.
and stuff. Wednesday goes to get the purple suffer. She doesn't have a mask on. She ain't even bothered going through the tear gas.
Oh, she's fearless, so she's not afraid
It's
of
not even
anything.
bothering her. She ain't freaking flinching. She's just going by them, and they're just dropping like flies. So she gets the purple suffer egg. She fires the purple flare, which Pugsley, once he got the purple suffer, Agnes and Josephine are like
Josephine.
excited,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff.
Now she's got to get it back over. Wednesday does.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention. If I can look at it. I don't know if I can get it. Okay, you see that right there, right? That
Mm-hmm.
that yeah, like so. This whole time, Pugsley is standing on Lurch as a stepping stool. So that's not great. Yep, there's Lurch as a stepping stool.
Yeah.
This whole time he's just a stepping stool for poor for Pugsley, poor Lurch.
He's probably used to it a little bit because they've been doing probably since the kids were kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So
He's used to the kid.
So the cadet with the green. Let's see. I lost my place. So there's the cadet running back to the lookout tower. And so is Wednesday, but she's far behind.
Yeah, she's got to hustle.
Yeah, she's got to hustle. So she's right there
Mm-hmm.
trying to hustle. And there's the cadet getting even more closer to the goal. There's the Adams family just waiting till the race to be over.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Wednesday looking through.
Yeah, her spyglass. I think she's trying to chart.
Spyglass.
Yeah, she's trying to chart out the best way to get over there.
Yeah. Yeah, so how are they gonna get to the tower? And Enid comes up like, what's the plan? And the cadet with the green suffer egg, because it's inking his way up towards the tower. I can't really. Yep, there he is. He's making his way up to the tower. He was grandstanding at the bottom of the base, and then makes his way up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, let's see, a crossbow. I think there's a crossbow she uses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she fires it. It goes to the top of the tower.
Yes.
And then she lips. She has her. She has one of the camp T-shirts and uses it to zip line.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And people notice.
And that's the main thing.
Right
Um,
there.
Yeah,
Right
she does
there.
that heroic.
Yeah. Wednesday saves the day for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Saves
they're
a lot of
cheering.
time.
Yeah, he's just the cadet's just grandstanding right there. It's about to suffer an egg.
If he had just put the egg on there, he would have won. But
Yep,
he has
but he was just
grandstanding.
showboating, as you can say.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And Wednesday comes in, hits him with both legs, and he's knocked out. And the green sapphire egg falls off and explodes into green and white smoke. So, whoops. Should have been grandstanding. And Wednesday puts the purple suffer egg onto the tripod, and the outcasts win.
Yep. Yay!
They celebrate.
Everyone dances.
Yep. And Don Kruger and the cadets are all dismayed. There's Wednesday's tent, which is even smaller than her brother's tent. And she said that Gelflin's cabin is approximately 2.5 miles east from the camp. And to be on alert on the black-winged tormentor's return, which is the crow. And she's talking to Thing. And Wednesday says if they leave now, they get back before anyone realizes they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
And Principal Barry Dort appears before her, saying like they're going to join the camp's fire's festivities this evening, Miss Adams. And she's like, I usually enjoy cruel and unusual punishment, but not tonight. Principal Barry Dort says most people have FOMO, fear of missing out. Wednesday says she has FOBI, fear of being included.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Principal Barry Dort says, he just wanted to thank her for sitting up to those normies. For someone who professes to be antisocial, you accomplished in one afternoon what 1,000 trust exercises never could, and thanks her. Then Wednesday doesn't know how to react to that, so she takes off. And Don Kruger is giving a lecture to his cadets here, saying their performance. He got one word for them, and their performance was today was pathetic. And they look really pretty much roughed up. Like this guy has bug bites all over him. Yeah, like when he was getting attacked, he took his mask off, and he was getting bug bites.
all of the bees or wasps or
on his face. Yeah.
Now imagine being allergic.
Oh God. You're gonna have EpiPen for that.
That would have been a body count.
Yeah, a body count, definitely. Definitely. Say that they get outplayed by a pint-sized teenage outcast, a female no less. Dang. And they're like, ask them how that makes them feel. And the cadets are like, not really responding. And Don Kruger's like, the answer is worthless. And they're like saying, like, feedback. Thank you for the valuable feedback, sir. Don Kruger says they're like been crushed and humiliated in battle, but a phoenix always rises in defeat. Tonight we capture Camp Jericho. And the cadets said, yes, sir. Light time at the camp, and they're passing around coffee Oreo cookies and marshmallows to like have s'mores and stuff. And Lorch is like passing the food tray and stuff. And Mr. Capri is going to sing a song about the bad moon rising, and Wednesday is like going over Ciderback Falls, so she can go to the cabin and stuff while the people at the camp are singing. And Ajax sees Bruno and Enid being chummy, and he's just so disheartened. Poor Ajax. Morticia is like, singing as well. So Wednesday gets to the cabin. She unlocks the door. She's searching around. There's Morticia singing. Thing going into on the chess board. See Tyler, a picture of Tyler and his dad. And she notices there's something sticking out behind the mirror. And there's a lot of newspaper clippings. And then we see a picture of a red car Patricia Patty. Willow Hill, a psychiatric hospital, announced she was dead. And she's looking all over the newspaper clips, saying there's Bronte Wigan, Mia Jaws, Julian, Whittaker Griffin. So she's reading Outcast's obituaries right here. And some of them died more than 15 years ago. That were all Willow Hill patients. I don't know if I can show. Oh, come on now. Yeah. And above the newspaper clippings, there is a name called Lewis.
What could that mean? I wonder.
Mm-hmm. Now she puts her hand over the Patricia Redcar's newspaper clipping and is trying to use her psychic ability, but nothing happens. And she takes down some of the newspaper clippings, and we see the red-eyed crow watching her outside the window, and stuff, which is creepy. Like, how does he know that she's there?
I think the crow knows she's there, but I don't know. It's weird.
People are still singing at the camp. They finished singing and stuff like that. And Bianca's like mentioning how Mrs. Adams' voice sounds lovely. And Mrs. Adams mentions she only sings at funerals. So Principal Barry Dort asks if I think he says right here this is an impromptu fundraising meeting, and asks Mrs. Adams if she reached out to her mom, saying that she knows she hasn't been an active donor for many years now. We're able to convince her to reconsider. Miss Adams says her mom did not take her call. And Principal Barry Dort tries to convince Matricia to invite her to campus, saying face-to-face is always better. But Bianca interrupts, saying it sounds like you have a complicated relationship, which Principal Barry Dort does not like. Because he gives that, like, are you serious face. Matricia says she's very uncomplicated, likes to manipulate every situation, and she refuses to play her mom's game. Mentions, so Principal Barry Dort mentions, like, look around, Mrs. Adams, what is Nevermore about? This is what Nevermore is about. You think you could maybe set aside your differences and extend an olive branch. Which Matricia retorts that my mom would only accept hemlock. So Bruno and Enid are, like, walking in the woods and stuff like that and having a good time. And then Ajax comes in, asking when they have broken up, saying, I know Gordon Gifts can be kind of slow, but I guess I didn't want to believe it. Which Bruno heard that. He walked away. And Enid and Bruno were, like, talking. And that's when Enid finally confesses, like, she should have told when the school started that her feelings have changed. And Ajax is, like, wondering if he did anything wrong. Enid says no. It's just this past summer, she realized she wasn't that insecure girl who thought she never fit in. Which Ajax likes that girl. Enid says she knows, but she wolfed out and found herself. Ajax feels that he wasn't not given a heads up, and he wish they could have just talked about it before she moved on without him. And Enid quotes that she didn't expect things with Bruno to heat up so fast. Poor guy. It says, remember that day Yara's heap? I guess squirrels and rats can't work after all. And they just went their separate ways. Poor Ajax is disheartened. So is Enid. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the cadet boys heard this and said they feel kind of bad for that Gordon. and they say, "Let's move out." Move out. Patricia's at her tent, just brushing her hair and stuff like that, or retouching her makeup. She stops humming. She turns around to see Wednesday, saying she missed all the fire activities. Wednesday says it's perfect timing, and her mom is like wondering if she wants to talk. Wednesday says she doesn't say the family doesn't solve anything with words. We do it with deeds. Most of them dirty. Case in point, you theft a Goodies book.
Mm-hmm.
And tells her mom that she has one last chance to turn it to her, which Patricia says she won't do that. And once she says she leaves her no choice, she's challenging to a duel, a ciegas. Am I saying that right?
I'm not sure if you're saying it right, but I think I mean it's basically a challenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, when she's like holding up like a red cloth. I can't really show it, but yeah, she's wearing a red cloth. So there's obvious still tension between them and stuff. And Patricia points out that she feels Grandmama's bony fingers all over this gambit and knows that Grandma and Wednesday have been talking.
Yeah.
And that Patricia's mom used to pit her against her sister Ophelia in that same way. And Wednesday says this has nothing to do with Grandma. It has to do with crossing boundaries. We duel tonight under the full moon. Do you accept my challenge? Which Patricia does accept. She takes the red cloth. Gomez comes in, saying there's my little landmine Wednesday. Patricia notes that Patricia tells Gomez that her and Wednesday are going to sword fight in the woods and settle their differences, which is Gomez notes that it's music to his ears. That he's going to go to shower in one of the bathroom stalls. And Wednesday and her mom had a stare contest. There's the boys, the cadets holding around Don Kruger. And they're like cadets are in disguise, but not the cadet master for some odd reason. Tells the cadets to secure the outer perimeter first, tie out the outcasts, and use their superior nodding skills. And the cadets don't feel like they're say and feel that this is not such a good idea. And since the outcasts did win fair and square, which I agree pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And Don Kruger just scoffs, says like, "Who the hell told you to think? That's how you get killed." That doesn't really compute. Tells us that your survival depends on following orders. My orders: watch and observe. It's all about stealth and surprise. And he motions and tells the cadets to go. I do not like this part right here. I do not like this part right here.
No, it's unfortunate what happens to this poor guy.
No.
Yeah, I actually was sad for it. I felt bad. I felt sad for him.
He enters the tent with the flashlight, and it's the tent of Pugsley's. It's
Whoops.
Pugsley's tent. And
Whoops.
who's in the tent? Slurp. The
I'm
dog.
hungry.
He's a hungry baby.
Yeah, to the horror and surprise of John Kruger. Oh, and John Kruger just sets off the firework bottle rockets because he tripped over that
Mhm.
wire when he entered the tent.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's see if I can. In Slurping his brains, and the cadet sees this, and they run away and screaming.
Yeah, I'd be screaming too.
Fireworks are going off. Gomez notes the fireworks. Oh wait. Yeah, there's Pugsley and Eugene at the fire pit, and they're like, they saw the fireworks and they're like, Slurp. Gomez noticed the fireworks. Wednesday and her mom were about to do a duel, and there's a bunch of cauldrons around them. Oh yeah. Weirdly enough, like when Gomez like looked at the fireworks, he said, "That's my boy." So did he bought Pugsley bought fireworks with him? That's weird. Anywho,
I guess it was to let him know if Slurp escaped, then the fireworks would go off, and he'd know. But
Yep.
he didn't think of the consequences of that, which is like everyone else would know.
True.
right. Matricia and Wednesday are getting ready to get a duel with cauldrons around them. It's what did she say? It's the duel is El Duel a Ciegas. There's an old Adams tradition, and the outcome of this duel shall be binding. So,
Mhm.
Right.
and Wednesday's aware of the consequences, and Thing will be the witness. With the little bell right there. Which Matricia agrees. I should say on that we agree. So they open. So they get their swords, and there's a box with 2 hearts on it, one
Mhm.
white, silver, and one red. They open the box. Yeah, they open the box. There's the red heart and the white silver heart, and they pin them onto their outfits.
Mm-hmm. Because they represent each one of them.
Yeah, it's a glass heart and stuff like that. And once he's like, when you return Gertie's book, and Patricia says if she wins, she'll burn it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. And she's like, her mom is like, asks, are you sure you want to do this? And which Wednesday nods in agreement. And they put their blindfolds on their face. Put up their swords. Yeah, put the blindfolds on the face. Pick up the swords. And they begin the duel. There's Don Kruger with his brains eaten out. Eugene and Pugsley are looking at the aftermath. And Slurp escapes, apparently. Agnes appears. saying harboring murderous zombie will get your butts, both your books expelled for sure. Pugsley asks what she's doing here, and she said, Ashley says to prove to Wednesday by handling her low priority tasks, like keeping Pugsley and Eugene alive. Eugene says he's out of the zombie business. Pugsley says they need to find Slurp. Eugene's like, no way, I'm out of the zombie business. Pugsley mentions Slurp never tried to eat his brain. And stuff. And Agnes retorts that it would be empty calories. I don't understand how it's not empty calories because it is flesh. Eugene doesn't want to go looking for Slurp. For last time he was alone, a monster in the woods, he ended up in a coma. And Pugsley just drags him off and says, "Stop bragging, and just leave the body in the tent." Muncie and Worcester are having their duel. Wednesday ducks and disappears. Her mom is looking for her. Then she throws a freaking dagger. Her mom's just like, she's like, has her hand on the tree and just slyly says, "Still bringing a knife to a sword fight?" And she then proceeds to duel with, continues this duel with Wednesday. She didn't even faze her. Like, she even smiles when she says that. Still continuing the duel. Wednesday says her mom taught her everything she knows. But Patricia retorts that she didn't teach her everything she knows. I like this part here because I can't really. I don't know if I can show it. No, I can't show it. But she flicks her sword backward to make the dagger come off the tree. And she ducks when her sword is coming at her. And I think she grabs onto the sword. No. The sword goes towards. She ducks and moves. Then more Krisha swords moves on, goes towards Wednesday, but she jumps. The dagger lands between Thing, and Patricia gets back her sword. Meanwhile, Slurp gets an axe and goes through the bathroom stalls and stuff where he hears the record being played. There's Gomez's clothes in the record player, and he's getting cleaned up and saying BSMA Moocher or something like that, with his cap on. I don't like this thing at all. Slurp goes into the bathroom stalls, looks at the record player, looks at the bathroom stall where Gomez is. Slurp is making a racket. puts the axe through the door, the bathroom door, like, stuff. Like, I would actually be freaking out. And Gomez is like telling, I guess he thinks that it's for Trisha to have patience. Oh my god, this is so disgusting. And then Slurp puts another axe on the door, puts his head in, tries to licks Gomez's back. Oh god. Mm. And Gomez is like laughing. He's like, "You're a tigress tonight." And Gomez is still singing, and then Slurp backs away, puts an axe through the door. About to eat Gomez here, but he bends down to pick up something up. Um, Gomez stands up, saws Slurp. As he is shocked, Pugsley, Eugene, and Agnes come in. Pugsley says no, not my dad, and fires his electric ability to Slurp, which sends him flying. And his dad is like, whoa. Students come over to see what's the racket. Slurp gets up. People panic. Principal Barry Dart is like, what's going on? That's when Slurp pops up. And people are screaming. The students are screaming. Principal Barry Dart is like telling the students to get back to their tents. Meanwhile, the swords fight. So Slurp goes off into the woods and hears Wednesday and Morticia fighting and had swords there. So they're still fighting. And Patricia destroys the glass heart on Wednesday. Once she takes her blindfold off, she's surprised and dismayed. And her mom says, I'm sorry. Slurp's about to attack. Once he sees this, and throws her sword which goes by Matricia. She sees this. And it goes right through the head of Zombie, pinning him to the tree. Which Matricia is in shock. Or a bit surprised, and the mom and daughter are staring at each other. The police cars are in the parking lot. The van comes. Everyone's like wondering what's going on. Sheriff Santiago's talking to Principal Barry Dort. We see Slurp being wheeled away by the Willow Hill employees on a gurney and a head, helmet, and mouth guard. And we see Pugsley and his mom. Pugsley looks dismayed, and his parents reassure him. Meanwhile, Don Kruger's body and his hat were being wheeled off as well. Now, Bunsy's like saying, like, is quoting, turns out nature doesn't bring us together. It dissolves the weak. And one of the best master's body is being wheeled away. His cadets are saluting him in silence into the ambulance. Thorpe is being loaded to the Willow Hill truck. Once he's like, says she's defeated by her mom, robbed of Goody's book, and drained of her ability. She was saying, once he sees the one-eyed crow on top of the light, and it goes to a mysterious hooded figure. Saying, she says, once he says, I am no closer to saving Enid. Hiding in plain sight, waiting the right time to strike, and stuff. So she feels like she's being watched. And a van, she's watching the hooded figure, and the Willow Hill van goes by. The hooded figure disappears. Back at the dorm room, Wednesday is putting a clipboard of the newspaper clippings she's seen. How she's like, how is this tied to Enid's impending death? See her and saying, see the gates of Willow Hill opening up, and the van goes into the security gates. Wednesday says the two roads diverge in the woods, and that road leads to Willow Hill. You see Dr. Fairburn and Administrator Judy Spangle said that saying that the transfer is here, and she put them in 3989. And Dr. Fairburn wants extra security on this one. They're extremely dangerous. Slurp, responsible for at least 2 homicides, authorizing 24-hour surveillance monitoring, taking absolutely no chances. And they go to one of the holding cells, open a little window door. And Dr. Fairburn says, welcome to Willow Hill. And we see it's Marin Thornhill with shorter hair. And she eerily smiles. And that's pretty... that's for episode 3, Call of Woe.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and what I like about it is like they do bring back the character of that's done by Christina Ricci.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just Alfred Goh and Miles, they were also integral in the Smallville series.
They did Smallville. They're amazing. They're an amazing duo.
Yeah. But hey, thank you very much for that review. But
yeah. Well, just check out the chat real quick. But all in all, what did you thought about this episode?
it was a good episode.
It's a pretty good interest in. I mean, we've seen the Adams kids in camp before, but this is on a higher level for sure. I mean, it's a little bit
Yeah.
more maturity involved with it.
There's a little more involved with the Adams parents. Like
Yeah.
Letitia is actually taking interest and is
Mhm.
worried about Wednesday, which normally she would not be.
Definitely, for sure.
Yeah. Alrighty.
All right. Well, we're going to have to. We're gonna go ahead and take off because it's past 10
Yeah.
there.
All right. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We're a little tired,
Definitely.
but yeah.
Alrighty. Alrighty. I will catch you guys next time.
All right, sounds good. Well, good night, Merkel. Good night, chat. Thank you so
Good
much.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's catch up with the chat here. She's gone to physical rehab. She's dragging her right leg. They thought she had a stroke as well, but they say instead she had a pinched nerve. Oh, it was just a pinched nerve? Okay. What's a relief? Enid and Ajax were so sweet together in the first season. It sucks that now that relationship was only built upon her insecurities. Ajax liked her for who she was, wolfed out or not. But honestly, Enid's romantic prospects is a damn love square. Eugene was the guy who had no chance, and Ajax is in the friend zone, and Bruno is the guy the girl tells him not to worry about. Seeing a screenshot of Gomez Adams showering is something I did not need to see, and now can no longer unsee it. Right on. I'm not really bothered by it. Really, it's just like, whatever. Alrighty. We're gonna do episode 4, If These Woes Could Talk. So, we see the entrance to Willow Hill. Then we see the security guy escorting Marilyn Thornhill, who's in handcuffs. And they go to Dr. Fairbairn's office. There, the security guy behind them shuts the door. Marilyn Thornhill sits down. And security guard uncuffs her feet. Marilyn Thornhill notes that she read Dr. Fairbairn's book, Unlocking the Outcast Mind. It came in very handy when I was reviewing Tyler, she said. It's really unnerving. Dr. Fairbairn says, "Forgive me if I don't use that as a pull quote in the next edition." Says, "I thought keeping you two apart would diminish your emotional hold over him." But Marilyn Thornhill guesses that or knows that it hasn't, and says to Dr. Fairburn, "Now you want me to tell you how to lock my little monster." And Dr. Fairburn just wants her to tell her what she did to Tyler so she can begin to rehabilitate him. And Marilyn Thornhill, cops like rehabilitate is something you do here. Says she always heard whispers that Willow Hill performed secret experiments on the outcasts. And Dr. Fairburn jokes that we also do alien autopsies in the basement, which I find quite funny. So Dr. Fairburn asks if she's willing to help her or not. And Marilyn Thornhill, only if she agrees to have her transferred permanently at Willow Hill as a patient and not a prisoner. And Dr. Fairburn said that would be a jury to decide. And says, sorry, we couldn't make this work. Which has Marilyn Thornhill all worried. And Dr. Fairburn tells security guard here to transfer back to Northern State Correctional. Again, Marilyn Thornhill is worried. And Dr. Fairburn says, please note that recommend the person to be placed in solitary confinement until her trial. Which the security guard gives a nod to. And Marilyn Thornhill stands up and says, you made your point. I'm willing to help. All I ask, and she gets a little bit tiny upset here, to let her see Tyler face to face. So Dr. Fairburn takes Marilyn Thornhill to see Tyler. And stuff. And Marilyn Thornhill asks her handcuffs to be uncuffed, which Dr. Fairburn gives the okay to. So there's Tyler and there's Marilyn Thornhill. Approaching him, saying that, it's okay, that Mama's here. And said, like, look what they've done to you. He reaches for her. She reaches for him. Tyler says he dreamed about this moment. And lets his arm transform into his hide form, which shocks everyone. And security guard is about to press the shock collar buzzer, but Dr. Fairburn tells him not to because it might kill her. Now, Merlin sort of like gasping for breath here, telling him, I know you're upset. Saying to be easy, sweetie, I know you're upset. And he slowly transforms to his Hyde form. And Marilyn Thornhill is telling him, like, put mommy down. I promise I'll get you out of here. And he proceeds to throw her against the wall. And she smiles, I think. Yeah, she smiles. And we see Tyler right there in his Hyde form. Yep, Dr. Fairburn is confused and shocked. So the security guard. Marilyn Thornhill is smiling. And we see Tyler in his Hyde form. Oh, I want to mention, like, Tyler easily bent those titanium bars, which is scary. So Wednesday's like, removing the crypt door and picks up a urn, and we see an older lady saying nothing stirs the senses like a funerary urn. Wednesday seemingly smiles at the lady. The older lady says the only people deserve to be buried in the stump are the maintenance staff. Ouch. And Wednesday's happy to see her. Wednesday says, say, Grandma, you're here. So that's her grandmama. And we see the one red-eyed crow watching. And Grandma says, my granddaughter calls up for dirt on a competitor. Saying that Wednesday practically dared her to show up. Wednesday says she knows what she was working on weekends. Grandma says death never takes a holiday, so neither do I. Too true. And her grandma asks, what are you interested into this Patricia red car? And Wednesday's like showing her pieces of newspaper clippings. Saying all outcasts are patients at Willow Hill. They're all cremated and buried here. And her grandma questions, what does it have to do with her? And Wednesday tells her grandmother that she saw a vision of her roommate's death. Some is all connected. and her grandmother gives says, like, her grandmother says, please give her my card, which Wednesday takes. And her grandma says, like, I offer a friends and family discount on all funerals and caskets. And Wednesday puts the business card into her jacket. Wednesday tells her grandmother if she had her psychic ability back, it would solve this already. My mom's going to burn Goody's book. And her grandma was like, saying, no crying and spilled ashes. You know what I say about feelings. Wednesday says, says, like, bury them deep inside and allow them to slowly eat away at you. Which is not good, really. Definitely not good. So, let's see. Grandma opens. Once he tries to open the urn, but her grandma helps her to open it, saying that's all in the wrists. Saying that, the urn says a shardy work, I must say lumpy. And we see the red-eyed crow looking at them. Grandma says that's odd. And Grandma gives the urn to Wednesday. Here, just like I taught you. And Wednesday's smelling it, saying overtones of deer, and some squirrel and raccoon, and a subtle finish of Shih Tzu. Her grandmother says very good what's missing. Wednesday says human. Which Grandma nods. That's when the crow swoops down, gets the newspaper clippings, and takes off. Wednesday says, like, my evidence. She hands the urn to her grandma. And she goes off for the red-eyed crow, and she's going through the graveyard, trying to catch up to it. Wednesday like stops at a gravestone, and she sees. See if I can get it. Let's see if I can get it here. Yeah, the girl goes to a hooded figure on a motorcycle, and the hooded figure takes off. Wednesday, empty-handed, goes back to where she left her grandma. Who is like sitting down, drinking something, some kind of like champagne or something like that. Oh, hi, Pops. Hi, there, sweetie. My kitty cat's just saying hi. He says hello. So, mm, you know, that's, I guess, her butler and stuff. Um, so her grandma says, like, running through the tombstones always makes you feel alive. And her butler is holding a tiny parasol umbrella for her. And asks her granddaughter, what was that crow lurking you into a murderous trap? Varicose and I had wagers. So I guess that's her butler, Varicose. Her Wednesday says the avian that controls them just stole all of my evidence. Wednesday says she invited their birdcage. And her grandma says the plot thickens. What's next? Wednesday tells her grandma to buy the cemetery and find out who authorized those cremations. And her grandmother says, why would she do something so rash? And Wednesday retorts, once my mother says, once you'll once my mother, you finally learns you finally got you're getting me into the family business, all her childhood insecurities will come bubbling up to the surface. And her grandmother says, like, well played, my dear. You know exactly how to worm your way into my cold, dusticated heart. And sips a little fruity drink here. Wednesday says, usually an obituary is the end of the story. And we see a crow landing on the werewolf statue at the school, Neverland Academy, which Wednesday notices. Wednesday says, not the beginning of an even stranger one. Wednesday says, who faked those patients' deaths? Who is Lois? And how all this connected to Enid's impending death? You see a sphinx scrunchie around the doorknob. Wednesday puts her sleeve over it and opens the door. She walks in and she notices Enid and Bruno are really cozy with each other. So when Wednesday walks in, she says, sooner I get answered, the sooner I can save Enid. And that's when she turns and sees Enid and Bruno getting cozy with each other. Which Wednesday retorts that she currently wants to murder. And Enid tells Wednesday, did she see the scrunchie at the door? That is kind of universal code for do not disturb, which I don't think Wednesday knew about. That's when Wednesday sees let's see if I can get it here. Let's see if I can get it here. I don't think I can get it here. But either way, hold on, excuse me. Wednesday notices her CeeLo instrument stick falls down. That's when Wednesday says, "I know I'm not above using a nail gun." And that's when we see Agnes appear, which Enid and Bruno are shocked by. And Enid asks how long she's been there. And Agnes pretty much says somewhere between smooches and moaning theatrically. And says, "I'm definitely scarred." Ouch. Enid is not happy about this. Oop. And she extends her claws, but Bruno stops her. And Enid tells Agnes to stay out of her room, your little creep. And Enid and Bruno just take off. Wednesday tells Agnes let's strike two. And Agnes tells Wednesday, "I was trying to make Monday tasks off your plate so you can focus on the case, like picking up your mail." And hands her the mail. Agnes says it's a letter from her publisher and figured she wanted it ASAP. Wednesday opens it and reads, "Dear Mrs. Adams, we all love Viper, incredibly difficult to work with, and refusal to engage in the editing and rewriting process. Regrettably, I must drop you as a writer. Please seek help." And Agnes says to her, "I'm sorry." Which Wednesday pretty much says, "I'd rather no one read my novel than make a compromise." And she puts the letter in the trash, and we hear the crow caw. And we look at let's see, I can see the one-eyed crow on a gargoyle looking in Wednesday's window dorm room. Wednesday says, "Now that this avian is aware of our investigation, we don't have much time. All our answers are in the Willow Hill Psychiatric Hospital." And Wednesday says she knows just the one to get me to there. So Wednesday goes up to the tower at the elevator, the clock tower. She's looking around and says hello. We see Uncle Fester behind her. And Uncle Fester says, "You rang." And Wednesday thanks her Uncle Fester to come up short notice. Her Uncle Fester says, "My favorite niece, I'm always a lurk away." And Wednesday tells him to get into Willow Hill. Her uncle mentions last time I did that was for your mother. She wanted me to check on her sister. And this surprises Wednesday. And Ophelia was in there when? And her uncle says years ago, she'd flown the coop by the time I got committed. I stuck around for a few weeks. They had a top-notch electric shock therapist, Igor. He ran a gulag in Siberia. He really knew how to rattle the old cerebral cortex, which is weird. And then Uncle Fester notices something in the site. So he uses electrical ability, and it is revealed to be Agnes. And Uncle Fester says, "Nobody sneaks up on me, kid." And Agnes is a little bit taken back with this. Wednesday says that's her creeper. I turned her into an unpaid extendable gopher. Uncle Fester said I'm a big fan of child labor. Says that Stampy with chupacabras make less noise than you. Okay. So Uncle Fester tells Agnes to learn to hold her breath and work on the seams of the floorboards. And Agnes says, "Thanks for the pro tip." Agnes says she took the liberty of getting Wednesday the Willow Hill blueprints. And they're like looking at the blueprints. Wednesday says, "I need you to find Lois. Could be a patient, could be a doctor," to her uncle. Just make sure the head shrink, Dr. Fairburn, can't trace you back to me. And her uncle says, "Oh, don't worry. If there's an expert in getting committed to a loony bin, it's me." And he just laughs quite weirdly. At the Apple Hollow Inn, the receptionist lady gives an elderly couple the room key, who say thank you and just take off. And then behind them, there's Uncle Fester saying that he'd like a sweet, which the receptionist lady is a little taken aback of because of how he's dressed and stuff. He puts his card down, which he picks up. It says, "The biggest you got, one night only."
Hi, Pops. I know Popsies. I know, so sweetie.
The receptionist lady has the card in hand, and she's shown it's a New Mexico ID saying Fester Diabolic. And she puts the card down and it says she needs a credit card. He puts a bag of money on the desk, saying that he'd rather pay in cash, which the receptionist lady is a bit stunned by. And you see there's purple paint on the money, so it's obviously stolen money. She's like, the receptionist lady's like, ugh. And Uncle Fester's like telling her, "Don't worry, that will wash off." That doesn't wash off on money. I have to say.
Hi, sweetie. I know Pumpkin. I know.
So Uncle uh, Fester chuckles, and we hear like muffled crashing and stuff, and the chandeliers moving, and people are like coming down the stairs, looking up towards the ceiling. They're like, uh, what's going on and stuff like that. And you hear Uncle Fester like yelping, then just thumping upstairs. And the people in the lounge are hearing this, like wondering what's going on. And we see the receptionist, the receptionist lady, uh, saying, "Is this the sheriff's office?" So she's at the sheriff on the phone to the sheriff's office. This is Jennifer Nussbaum in Apple Hollow. I need to report a guest. And she's like looking up towards the ceiling. So we're seeing Uncle Fester's New Mexico ID card. And it's Sheriff Santiago saying this is our perp. Said the desk clerk said he paid with sudden money and could be dangerous. And her deputies are like listening to her. She's saying, just to be safe, clear the floor, go to door. I'll handle Mr. Diabolic. So the deputies and the sheriff go their separate ways. One of them goes to the room 302, opens the door, and we see Miss Barclay taken back. And there's Deputy Riken right there saying, this room's supposed to be empty. Who are you? And Mrs. Barclay just looks all concerned and stuff. Meanwhile, upstairs, Sheriff Santiago leans on the doors, saying, Jericho, please open the door. She kicks the door open, and the room's absolutely a mess. She approaches the bathroom door where we're hearing the song I think the song is I Want You to Show Me song. We open the door and Uncle Fester's like singing, I want you to show me. And Sheriff Santiago tells him to show him his hands, which he does. And he has like two rubber duckies in his hands, which is freaking hilarious. So at the sheriff's office, she's telling him he has 18 passports and 33 driver's license. Who has that many like ID cards like that? That's a lot. 18 passports and 33 driver's license. And Sheriff Santiago is like telling him, care to explain? Let me see here. So that's all his driver's licenses in different states and places. And Uncle Fester says he loves to travel, and it's his passion. And then Deputy Riken comes in. Says, check this out. Bank robber who eluded arrest last year. And it's a picture of Uncle Fester. And he says, look, well, at least he got my good side. And he noticed the small cactus, picks it up, and says, nature's candy, and takes a bite out of it. So when Sheriff Santiago sees this, she says, call Dr. Fairburn. And at the same time, Uncle Fester's like, I'm taking the spikes out of the cactus and eating the cactus. Sheriff Santiago says we're going to need a full psychic evaluation on this one. And Deputy Riken says he's not our only mystery. Which is true, because we see Miss Barclay in the background waiting. And Uncle Fester is just continuing eating the cactus. I lost my place here. Yeah, he's eating the cactus. Deputy Riken says apparently she's been squatting in that hotel room for a month. They have no record of her checking in, and she has no ID. And both Deputy and Sheriff Santiago and Deputy Riken look at Uncle Fester, who's eating the cactus. Back at Novenmore Academy, see invitation say if a Fichen Veneton masquerade, I guess for the gala fundraiser. And Jaden was wondering what he's looking at. Bianca says gala invitations, each one needs to be stuffed and sealed. And you see Ajax there. And I think, also Puxley. Principal Barry Dorf and Professor Orloff come in. Principal Barry Dorf says, I'll count this towards your mandatory community service hours. And Ajax wonders and says, I'm not sure why I was punished when these two morons are the ones who hit the brain-eating zombie. And he points to Eugene and Pugsley. Principal Barry Dort is just a little bit annoyed here. Ajax says he's just their RA. Room RA, pretty much. And Principal Barry Dort's a little bit annoyed by this, and he says, Professor Orloff has kindly agreed to supervise. At the same time, Bianca is getting notification from her mom saying she's at the police station. Hurry, Bianca, come now. To Bianca's shock, or being stunned. And Principal Barry Dort notes that Bianca will show you how it's done. Bianca turns to Principal Barry Dort, says, "Actually, I have a personal matter that I need to attend to." And Principal Barry Dort takes his glasses off and says, "These invitations are your only priority." And Bianca tries to interrupt, saying, "I know I don't understand. You don't understand." And Principal Barry Dort is just getting absolutely fed up at this point. And says, I have to tell the board that we missed our first fundraising goal because we haven't landed our top donor yet. Which is unfortunate. Then he turns to Ajax and says, "But that's what you do when you're a leader. You take the heat for other people's screw-ups." And Principal Barry takes off. Then Professor Orloff, I think it's Professor Orloff, says, yes, Professor Orloff says, "Okay, people, let's get busy. Those envelopes won't stuff themselves." And Dr. Orloff says, not Dr. Orloff, I'm sorry, Professor Orloff says, I've gotten my eye on you." Creepy. At Ruttenwood Cottage, we see Miss Adams looking at her fireplace, and there's her daughter Wednesday right there behind her. Oh yeah, there's Mrs. Adams, Patricia, with George putting firewood logs in the fire. There's Wednesday coming in behind her mom, Wednesday, saying, "Building a funeral pyre for Goody's book." And her mom says, "If you're here to plead your case, Wednesday cuts her off and says, "I don't grovel. Like Grandma said, there's no crying over spilled ashes." And her mother says, she seems to be starting you with advice lately. And right here, she motions Lurch to take off. And Wednesday says, "Anophelia was sent to a hill. Why?" and Rashusha seems reluctant to tell her, saying ask your grandmama. It was her decision. And then Wednesday says, you accuse me of keeping secrets, but you know better. Maybe that's where I get it from. And oh no, I'm sorry. This is the part where she motions Lurch to take off. I'm sorry. So Mashisha starts telling a story here. It says, in her sophomore year, Ophelia was found screaming in the quad. I guess it's the school inner courtyard. Black tears running down her cheeks. And stuff. She had pushed her psychic ability too far. That's when she was sent away. But unlike you, I did garble. I pleaded with Grandmama that Ophelia was only getting worse and only going to get worse in Willow Hill. That her problems weren't mental, they were psychic, but my appeals fell on deaf ears. Grandma was always better at burying things than fixing them. So obviously, there's some resentment and bitterment and sadness right there with her mother. And that's when Grandmama, her name is Grandma Hester Frump, says all memories are like corpses. And there she is. So she has the deed in her hands, I guess, for the cemetery for Wednesday. And she says they never quite seem the same when you dig them up. And Tricia's like, says, what is the unpleasant surprise? And Grandma's like, Varicose told me you rang. And Grandma Hester Frump gives the deed to Wednesday, saying, I wanted to give Wednesday the deed to the cemetery I brought her. Just a little starter property to give her a taste of the family business. And Tricia doesn't really seem happy about this at all. And Grandma Hester says a woman should have a portfolio of her own and not be reliant on a husband. Wednesday seems a little bit guarded, but also happy. And her mom, Washisha, says you do swallow her rotten. And Washisha says, darling Grandmama and I need to speak alone. Before Wednesday takes off, Grandma whispers Wednesday that Augustus Stonehurst, that's who signed those death certificates. And Wednesday takes off. And Patricia doesn't really seem happy. And Grandma wants down to sit down on the couch. And Patricia like, what are you Wednesday up to? And Grandma Hester says that Wednesday asked for her help. And stuff. And Marcia's like not having it right here. Saying, you're not helping, you're driving a wedge between me and my daughter. And her mom, Grandma Hester Frumps, says that wedge was already an unbridgeable abyss, my dear. Which Tricia's a little bit taken aback by. And Grandma Hester Frumps says, my advice, stop the constant hunting. And Tricia's like, a little bit annoyed by this. Grandma Hester Frumps says Wednesday needs a space to grow. If she gets into a little trouble, it's a mother's job to stand back, let her figure it out for herself. Thrive or die. Sounds a bit harsh. And Tricia retorts saying, says a woman whose youngest daughter has been missing for 20 years. Which is tough. Grandma Hester Frump says, what happened to your sister was a tragedy. But even if I said something, she would never have listened. And what Tricia says, unlike me, who took every one of your withering words to heart. Grandma Frump's a little bit taken back by this. Say, is that your sales pitch to get me to donate to the Nevermore Gala? Grandma Hester says, I heard they put you in charge. Says, no doubt they're hoping to convince me to chisel open my casket of riches. Could be. I mean, yeah, obviously. And Marcia's like, I'm raising funds, not the dead. And besides, we both know you'd rather be buried with your millions. And Grandma Hester says she's willing to make it a donation. But there is one condition. And Marcia's like, isn't there always with you, Mama? And Grandma Hester says, give Wednesday back her book. Awkward silence here. And Marcia picks up the book behind her and throws it into the fireplace. Oh my gosh. All that knowledge gone. Damn, that's a pity. Grandma's in shock. And stuff. And Tricia tells her that her family's non-negotiable. And Grandma takes off, and Tricia's seeing Goody's book burning. Yikes. Not good. So Dr. Orloff, not Dr. Orloff, I don't know why I'm thinking him as a doctor. He's Professor Orloff. Obviously. So, Bianca is getting phone notifications from her mother, and Ajax is like, "Your phone is blowing up since we got here." And they're going through the gala invitations, and Ajax wondering what's going on. And Bianca's like, nothing, I'm fine. And Ajax is like, my fangs aren't the sharpest in the pit, but I can definitely tell when something is not fine. And Bianca's like saying, looks at her phone and it says it's her mom. She's in trouble. I got to get her out of it before she permanently loses her life. Bianca looks behind her, says, I can't siren Orloff because his head in a jar, so it blocks my song, or siren song, so to speak. And Professor Orloff wakes up and says, you two less gabbing, more stuffing. And Ajax gets an idea. Says, Professor, and he's having the gala invitations in his hand. Can you take a look at these? Make sure I got these seals right. He begins to trip. Before he trips, he says, I don't usually do snail mail, but tends to trip here, takes his beanie hat off. Which Professor Orloff is surprised by, and he gets stoned. Ajax puts his cap back on, his beanie hat back on. And Ajax actually, it's okay. I bought us a couple of hours. And Bianca's like, us? This is my problem. And Ajax like saying, like, a night chase forever. And that's a good friend. And Pugsley and Eugene want to go too. And Bianca and Ajax, I don't know, just look at each other. And Bianca sirens them, saying, takes her necklace off and says, with her siren song, finished, stay here and finish the rest of the invitations. Well, dang, that sucks. So, at Willow Hill Psychiatric Hospital, Dr. Fairburn is like looking at the passports of Uncle Fester, saying, we have Fester Fumagalli. Another one of Uncle Fester in a, let's see here. Yep, and that's from Italian. Let's see here. I don't know. Okay, I can get it, but I can try. Here he goes. She picks up another passport. It's just a French one. It says Festu du Bois. And her personal favorite, Fester Fiesta, I think. Which is Mexico. And asks Uncle Fester his real name. And she says, he says, oh, it's just Fester, like an open wound. And she says, Dr. Fairburn says, you do understand you're in a psychiatric hospital. And Uncle Fester says, they used to call them funny farms. My parents abandoned me at one when I was 10. That's awful. Said it was summer camp, but they never came back. And we have a flashback here of a doctor showing ink cards to a young kid, Uncle Fester. If I can show the kid. Okay, there's young kid Uncle Fester. And the lady doctor's like showing ink blots to him. And he's like, they give me the answers of each, like she shows like 4 or 5 of them, and each one he says, it's death here. And then like a pre-teenage, I guess, Uncle Fester gets a straight jacket on him. And you know, he just smiles and says, you know, I love you, Mr. Cuddlecoat, and stuff, which is kind of creepy. No, actually really creepy. And, you know, Uncle Fester just, you know, says, you never forget the cold embrace of your first straitjacket, which is freaking bizarre. And Dr. Fairburn is like a little bit taken back and concerned by this. And Uncle Fester's like, you know, is that an anonymity you offer here? What it is a psychiatric hospital, so yeah, that would definitely be that. Administrator Judy Spangle enters the room, says that they got Uncle Fester's brain scan. And Judy says that it's a doozy. And put the X-ray scan, and we see this. How the heck all those tools are in his head? What the heck? How? And Dr. Fairburn turns to Uncle Fester and says, welcome to Willow Hill. We have a very long journey ahead of us. And we see Uncle Fester's having his brains electrocuted and scrambled. If he doesn't seem to mind, he spits out the mouth guard and says, nothing like a good jolt to get this party started. Any chance I can get a second round? So he wants a second go around of this. That's crazy. So we see we're outside. There's a giant bird cage right there, and people are painting and stuff. We see Judy going to look at Uncle Fester's painting. stuff. Oh, before that, sorry about that. Um, Judy, Minister Judy Spangle is teaching the art class. She's doing her own painting, and she's saying, "Don't be afraid to really get in there and stroke that canvas, and really make sure that sunset shine." And then she walks over to Uncle Fester, sees his painting, and says it's an interesting interpretation. And Uncle Fester says, "Some people wrestle with darkness, not me. I love shadows. That's where I do my best stalking." And Judy makes way to see the other patient's paintings. You see a faceless dude. Uncle Fester asks the faceless person, "Have you seen anybody named Lewis around here?" So Uncle Fester is in the cafeteria or mess hall, goes down the line, and he sees a woman, a cafeteria woman, right here. And she sees him, and the Dreamweaver song is like playing. So she's smitten by him. But at the same time, Uncle Fester's making note of her name tag. If I can get the name tag here. That seemingly says Lewis. Again, she's smitten by him. She's like serving him pasta. But he's just taking note of her name tag. And smiles. She drops what she's doing, goes into the pantry hall, looks at a can. He looks around and comes in the pantry and asks, I think, let's see if I can, says Lewis. She says no, and moves the name tag off, and it says Louise. He says, "Oh, your name's Louise." And she nods a yes. And he turns the headlight off, and they kiss and stuff. Let's see if I can get it. So we see. Let's see here. Either way, we see. I see here, right here. I don't know where I can get it or not. I'll try. Oh, there he is. So there's the crow right there, and stuff. We see a hooded figure watching inside the school. Wednesday and Agnes are talking. Agnes is telling Wednesday Stonehurst is to be the normie head doctor at Willow Hill. And there's the crow on top of the werewolf statue. Agnes says before that he taught science at Nevermore. Once he says when he's not signing questionable death certificates, where's the good doctor these days? And she gives her a piece of paper. It says the same doctor committed. Agnes says he's in Willow Hill. He had a psychotic break. Wednesday says confined to his own asylum. What's a plot twist worthy of Poe? And there's the crow right on the werewolf statue. There's the Telltale Cafe. Enid says Wednesday's name. You want to order a quad and join us. And she says maybe have some fun. And Thing says Wednesday says I'm where fun goes to die. Where's Thing? There's Thing at the table. Wednesday says I need you, it's urgent. And she's talking to Thing and stuff. Says get a message to Uncle Fester. Bruno tells Enid, telling her you're feeling left out to Enid. Basically, Bruno's telling Enid to let Wednesday know to let her know she feels left out. And so Wednesday says she needs to track down Augusta Stonehurst. Enid approaches Wednesday, saying, "I know you're a chromic undersheriff, but after last year, I figured we'd be closer." Seems you prefer hanging out with a pint-sized psycho Agnes more than me. And Wednesday's telling her, "You seem you're a little preoccupied." AKA Bruno. Enid tells Wednesday you can't blame this on Bruno and the pack. And Wednesday's like, didn't you say you want your friend and freedom? Enid's like, I can also help on non-case related issues too. We hear a crow cawing, and Enid's just keeps on talking, saying like a boundary. Challenge mother. Hello, been there. We've all been there, actually. And Wednesday's noticing the crow, and there's a lot of crows gathering. And Enid's like, who had powers that failed them? Done that too. And she's trying to get Wednesday's attention. You see, Wednesday sees the one-eyed crow and stuff, and Wednesday's telling Enid to get inside because we see a bunch of crows right here. And Enid's like, no, you're my best friend. I'm gonna let you keep pulling away. See the one-eyed crow. And Wesley tells Enid, in a very stern voice, and that's when the crows create panic, and they're attacking. Wednesday flips the picnic table out, and her and Enid are taking for cover, and so is Thing. Principal Barry Dirk comes in with Matricia, and he's firing fireballs off his hands and stuff. And he's hit 2 birds and stuff, asking where did those birds come from. The one-eyed crow. So for some odd reason, Thing gets out of his hiding spot. The red-eyed crow picks up Thing, which Enid, Wednesday, see. So does Matricia and stuff. She says Thing, which gets Principal Barry's attention. He fires a fireball, and the crow's flying up, but the fireball's close behind. The crow dodges and lets go of Thing. He hits the roof, then on the gargoyle. He's about to run, so he's safe. About to walk up off the gargoyle, but the arm falls off, and so is Thing. Wednesday sees the hooded figure in the window. Enid runs and catches Thing. Thank goodness. Wednesday goes after the hooded figure. Let's see if I can get it. Yep, she goes after the hooded figure, who goes into a secret passage. Wednesday follows and lost the hooded figure. Dang. Wednesday goes upstairs. She sees Dr. Fairburn. And she's on the phone call with someone, says, I appreciate the heads up. She turns around to see Miss Wednesday and stuff. Oh, I forgot. So, hooded figure disappears. They leave their hooded cape. Wednesday goes upstairs. You see Dr. Fairburn on the phone and says, I appreciate the heads up. Then she sees Wednesday. She says, Miss Adams. Dr. Fairburn says this is a surprise. And she approaches her, holding the hooded cloak, saying, I think you dropped this. And Dr. Fairburn looks confused, saying, excuse me? Wednesday says, what brings you to Nevermore, Dr. Fairburn? Dr. Fairburn says that Miss Capri generously offered to teach a music therapy class at Willow Hill. Says, you know what they say, music soothes the savage beasts. And Wednesday's like, I'll take weapons over Wagner. Now, behind Wednesday, there is a bird's cage with a lot of birds in it behind her, right there. Miss Capri comes in with a fruit tray, saying, "I don't want to guess how you two know each other." And Dr. Fairburn says Miss Adams assisted with a certain homicidal hide. Which is true. And we hear a car beeping. Says no. Dr. Fairburn says no time to cheat. Judy gives me a tight leash, and says she has a board meeting, and says she'll see Miss Capri tomorrow night, and takes off. Wednesday seems concerned, saying that Miss Capri seems out of breath. Miss Capri is a little taken back. She says, "It's been a long day. I assume you were here to drop out the gala orchestra." Wednesday says, "I decided to stick around. Every monster needs their salary." So she changed her mind. As she walks by the bird cage full of birds. Again, at the sheriff's office, Sheriff Santiago and Deputy Riken. Sheriff Santiago is saying, "What do you doing that in the hotel room?" And it's Mrs. Barclay. Sheriff Santiago says there's no record of you checking in, and you have no ID. We can't help you unless you start talking to us. This is true. And that's when Bianca comes in. With Ajax, asking if her mom's okay. Sheriff Santiago says, "You're her daughter?" Bianca wants to speak, says, "Can I have a word with both of you?" Takes her necklace off and uses siren song on them and stuff, saying, "You would drop this investigation, shred any paperwork, and forget you ever met my mother." And stuff. And, yep, that's it. Back at the school, Wednesday looks out the window. Thing is going on to the silver car. See, I think, that's the silver car that Dr. Fairburn got onto, and things getting onto the on the outside trunk, like there. The car takes off with Wednesday nodding. Wednesday's mother, Patricia, comes in saying, I heard Uncle Fester's in Willow Hill. We both know he only gets caught when he wants to. What ill-advised mission is he doing for you?" And Wednesday's like, Wednesday's saying, "Helping me find the truth. I won't allow Enid to die because of me. I know what I saw in that vision." Her mom is saying, "A torrent of birds around her gravestone, the same torrent that attacked you both today, not to mention poor saying, you need to stop Wednesday or you're going to make everything worse. Much worse." So the silver car is going down to Willow Hill. And thing gets off of the back of the trunk. Because Dr. Fairbairn and Administrator Judy Spangler stopped at the security gate, and thing gets off. We see Uncle Fester at the cafeteria, and Louise, the lunch lady, behind him. He sees Thing. It says Thing. Thing tells Uncle Fester, said, to find Stonehurst and you'll find Lewis. See security guy right there. Uncle Fester says, hey, Wilbur, I'm looking for a schlep named Stonehurst. He wanted an anemiastic bingo yesterday. I forgot to pick up his prize. Can you point him out? Security guard Roble says old Gus prefers a different type of company, which Uncle Fester's a little bit confused by. See an old guy in a wheelchair in a large bird cage. Parrot. They're at the inner courtyard of the Willow Hill. Security Wilbur. Security guard Wilbur says, old Gus doesn't say much. Uncle Fester is wondering, says what happened to him. Security guard Wilbur says, search me before my time. Fairburn, Dr. Fairburn has bring him out here a few times a week. Security guard Wilbur said Ozzy is his favorite. She's almost as old as he is, so she's got a potty mouth on her too, so watch out. So naughty parrot. Wilbur unlocks the door and lets Uncle Fester in. And before security guard Wilbur takes off, he tells Uncle Fester, do me a solid, roll him back into his room in room 10. In room in 10 minutes. And his room is 103. And Uncle Fester says, got it, room 103. Uncle Fester right here says, I'm looking for Willis, name a ring a bell, all timer. And that's when the bird Ozzy, this is really funny right here. Says, shut your pine hole. And Uncle Fester's like, excuse me? And Ozzy the bird says, like, eat shit, Baldy. Damn, man, that's... And Uncle Fester gets, fed up with this. He uses his electric ability on the bird. And the bird yelps and says, like, holy shit, I'll talk. And Uncle Fester says, where do I find Lewis? And Ozzy the bird says 51971. 51971. And Uncle Fester chuckles. Back at the Nevermore Academy, see some jar of heads, and then we see Professor Olaf with Wednesday approaching him. Professor Olaf says, Miss Adams, I heard there was some excitement in the link. Wednesday says, A Navian is trying to kill me. Professor Olaf says, "Ha, you seem to attract murderers like most people catch colds." Wednesday says, "It's a gift. Do you remember Augustus Stonehurst?" Professor Olaf says, "Gus, Augustus Stonehurst was very popular, but I was never a fan." Wednesday says, "Why not?" Olaf says he was a zombie and I never trusted him. No, not a zombie, a normie. Professor Olaf says he was a normie and I never trusted him. Wednesday questions Professor Olaf, saying, "Did he mention anybody named Lois, a wife, a daughter?" Professor Olaf says, "His wife died before he got to Nevermore, but he had a little girl. I don't remember her name. He built her and Avery up in Iago Tower. Mysterious. Mystery. Other wares in the woods seem like a abandoned stone house full of graves. Ajax looks around and tells Bianca and Miss Barclay to come on. They go through a tunnel and they hear Bristleberry Dort. Before they go in they go in the tunnel, and Ajax says we can hide your mom in her old classroom. So they're in the tunnel, and they see a light coming through somewhere, and they hear Bristleberry Dort say, "I always had your back, you always had mine." And Bristleberry Dort is like talking on his cell phone. Yeah. Oop, right there. Yep, on the cell phone. Now, Bristleberry Dort says saying to somebody on the cell phone, "Relax. I've been more confident. So relax. I have been more confident about anything." And says, "I have it under control." And says, "I'm about to say something until Ajax's phone beeps," which gets the attention of Mr. Barry Dort, like wondering what he heard. Ajax gets a text from Jean, says, Orloff dismissed us. Where are you?" And Bianca's like, "Ajax," like telling her, like, "Come on, you have your phone on." Principal Barry Dort comes to investigate. So he pushes a button and opens a wall in the fireplace, looks around with his hand on fire, doesn't see anything, and puts the fire out. On the other corner, we see Bianca, her mom, and Ajax hiding. At Willow Hill Psychiatric Hospital, security guard Wilbert has Baron Thornhill, who's in chains. And we see Uncle Fester wheeling Augustus Stonehurst back to his room. And Uncle Fester and Marilyn Thornhill cross paths. Security guard Wilbur tells Uncle Fester to move on, lights out in 20. And says, I'll be by the check on Gus. And Marilyn Thornhill and Uncle Fester are looking at each other. Uncle Fester says, always love a woman in chains. Marilyn Thornhill realizes that man she passed by as Fester Adams and says his name, Fester Adams. So Uncle Fester and Augustus Stonehush are going past the door. It says maintenance, no access. And Gus points and says Lewis, which Uncle Fester chuckles because he found a clue. Puts Augustus Stonehurst to bed. Says sweet dreams, pal, and leaves. See a security guard, female, doing rounds, and Uncle Fester sneaks by her. At Dr. Fairbairn's office, Marilyn Thornhill says, "My connection to Tyler runs deep. I'm the only one that he trusts." Oh, let's see. Which Dr. Fairbairn retorts, is that why I watched him try to snap your neck? Which is true. Marilyn Thornhill says, she just scoffs and says, he thought I had abandoned him, but he would never kill me. If a hind murders their master, they seal their own doom. Which is true, but what that doom pray tells, I'm not really sure. Dr. Fairbairn writes this note. And Marilyn Thornhill says, "If you really want to get inside my head, we'll have to do it together." And Dr. Fairbairn is not really not following her for shenanigans, and says, "Do you honestly think that I don't see through your delusional fantasy?" And Marilyn Thornhill, she says, "I'm open to a deal. I have information that I know you will want to hear." And Dr. Fairbairn says, I very much doubt about that. And Marilyn Thornhill says, "Fester Adams. I assure you aware that he's a patient here. I saw him a little while ago wheeling around a comatose resident." What caught the attention of Dr. Fairbairn? Marilyn Thornhill continues. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, Marilyn Thornhill continues, says he probably working with his niece Wednesday. If she got her pigtails in your business, trouble isn't far behind. So Wednesday sees Uncle Fester's in trouble. Uncle Fester looks around his surroundings. He's about to rubs his hand together and is about to put in the code of the keypad, and then we hear Dr. Fairbairn says Fester Adams in an angry tone. and stuff. So the jig's up. He's caught. Uncle Fester's doomed. So, yeah, jig's up. And Dr. Fairburn gives the go ahead to security guard Wilbur. Brings out his nightstick out. Uncle Fester smiles and closes his eyes, saying this, and says, "That's gonna tickle." And he gets hit by the nightstick. He wakes up disoriented, and we hear muffled speech and blurry images. We see it's a little bit blurry here, but we see it's Dr. Fairburn and security guy Wilbur and some other security guy. Dr. Fairburn says, "Welcome back to Uncle Fester. I thought you would be more comfortable in here." And Uncle Fester's still oriented. And Dr. Fairburn says, "I even give you a cellmate." And it's Zombie Slurp. And Zombie Slurp is trying to get a bite out of Wilbur, but he's not close by and not really flinching. Dr. Fairburn says, "Be careful, he bites." And Uncle Fester just smiles and chuckles. Yep, just smile and chuckles. Oh, I forgot. So I forgot. Sorry about that. Let me go back a bit. So, Uncle Fester's disoriented. He's waking up. And we see Dr. Fairburn, security guy Wilbur. There's another security guy and stuff. Dr. Fairburn says, "Welcome back." And then we see Thing next to the door. Dr. Fairburn says, "I thought I'd be you." Says to Uncle Fester, "I thought you would be more comfortable in here." Now, Uncle Fester is still disoriented here. Dr. Fairburn says, "I even give you a cellmate," and we see Zombie Slurp trying to take a bite of Zombie Slurp here, chained to a wall, and stuff. Dr. Fairburn says, "Be careful, he bites." And Zombie Slurp tries to take a bite of security guard Wilbur, but he's unsuccessful of doing so. Thing goes back to Wednesday at the dorm at the Nevermore Academy school. Wednesday's Thing's telling Wednesday what he saw, or somehow saw. Wednesday tells Thing, "You need to go back to Willow Hill, keep an eye on Uncle Fester, until I can figure out a way to break him out." And Thing bows and takes off. See here. Edith's looking outside the window, saying that the weather's getting ugly. Agnes and Wednesday go on the blueprint of Willow Hill. Wednesday says that Miss Capri has a music therapy class tonight at Willow Hill Psychiatric Hospital. And she says she's our way in and out. Wednesday says Miss Capri's class lasts 45 minutes, and that's our window. Thing's already connected with Uncle Fester's contact on the inside. There's Enid. There's Elise. She's pretty upset about Uncle Fester. Thing gives her a tissue. She blows her nose. Gives a thumbs up. Back at Never Academy in the Ophelia Hall. That's the girls' dorm room's name. Wednesday says there's a vehicle inspection at the front gate. Wednesday tells Agnes, I need you to distract the guard so I can get inside. Agnes says, I'll be in position before you arrive. Wednesday says after I rendezvous with Uncle Fester's contact, I'll extract him from his cell, then go find Lewis. Okay. Enid approaches and says, what about me? What's my part of the plan? And Wednesday is not immediately answering her. And Enid says, quite hard and coldly and angry, do you even want to be my friend anymore? And Wednesday says that has never been in question. Agnes is twirling one of her pigtails. Wednesday says to Enid, you're on lookout. Enid scoffs on this, saying, I figured I'd be a bit more mission critical. Oh, I forgot. Sorry about that. Sorry. A little bit back up. Wednesday says to Enid she's on lookout. Enid says, I figured I'd be a bit more mission critical. And when Wednesday says you are, see if I get caught, I need someone to anonymously tip off Sheriff Santiago that something is going down at Willow Hill. And Enid's fine with that. Miss Capri gets into her car. Wednesday goes into her trunk. Miss Capri drives down to go to Willow Hill Psychiatric Hospital. Somehow Agnes and Enid are already at Willow Hills Psychiatric Hospital somehow, at the front entrance. Somehow. I don't know how they got there so fast. I wonder how they got there so fast. One of the Willa Hell security guards is working. Agnes knocks on the door. Let's see if we can get her. Yep. The female security lady opens the door. Agnes is invisible. She can see Agnes. She's to close the door, but Agnes holds the door open and slips on through. Yep, as you see here, the female security guard thought she shut the door, but Agnes, who's invisible, had the door open and slipped in through. The door closed behind her. Back at Mrs. Capri's car, she is singing. Don't want to be alone all by myself. Good song too. Bit melancholy though. And once it's just hearing this, and the trunk of the car has a red light, and she's like covering her ears because she doesn't want to hear this. And Miss Capri continues to sing along the song. So they pull up at the security gate at the Willow Hill Psychiatric Hospital. Well, Miss Capri pulls up along with the stowaway Wednesday. Miss Capri tells the security lady, gate lady, and says, Isadora Capri, I'm here to teach a music class. The security gate lady looks at her notes and says, welcome to Willow Hill, Mrs. Capri. She lets Miss Capri in. The security gates. There's the security gate lady looks behind her, says, hey, Dwayne, I need a vehicle check. He comes out of the bathroom saying, I gotta lay off those vending machine burritos. He's coming out of the bathroom. The bathroom doors hold open. You know, the security gate guy thought he closed the door, but Agnes holds the bathroom door open, makes her just visible, puts fireworks underneath the toilet. Let's see here. Yeah, she puts the fireworks underneath the toilet. Which is not good. Dwayne's about to check the trunk of the car. And once he's still in the truck in the car hiding, he's getting near the trunk of the car. Let's see here. Agnes lights the fireworks. Yep. Security gate guy, Dwayne's about to open the trunk. Then boom! Fireworks light off and throws the toilet out of the bathroom door and onto the on the desk. And the security gate female is like, what the hell? Miss Capri is scared of the sound she heard. We see the toilet on top of the desk. Wednesday in the trunk smiles.
Hi,
Sorry, my little kitty's here.
hi, Pops.
Dwayne checks out his security gate friend, saying if she's okay. And she asks, what the hell? His friend asks, what the hell do you do in there? Miss Capri says she's gonna be late. I can't get her, but Dwayne goes over and opens the trunk. It's empty. Closes the trunk. Wesley is right next to the. Dwayne tells her to Miss Capri to move along. Wesley's next to the car, and she goes in beside, right next to the car. Walks in right next to it. Wednesday goes inside the building where Louise is waiting for her. Louise lets her in. Oh, I forgot. So when the guy closed the trunk, he was like walked away and was like, "What the hell is that?" And then the car and Missy right next to it outside, with the gates open, Jux walks in. She goes inside the building. Louise lets her in. We see one of the vans that says Will Hill Psychiatric Hospital. We see Louise rolling down a food cart down the hallway. Louise passes Dr. Fairburn and Miss Capri. And Dr. Fairburn is thanking saying thank you so much for doing this, as Dora, really. And Dr. Fairburn leads Capri to the music room, and stuff. Dr. Fairburn gets everyone's attention. Mrs. Capri takes her coat off, and Dr. Fairburn puts her coat on one of the chairs. So Miss Capri says, tonight, I was going to talk to you about music, but now that I'm here and see you have this beautiful piano, I'm going to play you instead. Because I believe that music can heal the wounds medicine can't touch. And she goes to the piano and starts playing the song Zombie. We also see let's see if we can get it here. Right here we see Dr. Fairburn and Augustus Stonehurst listening to the music. Louise goes through the inner security gate, and one of the guys sitting at his desk is asking Louise, saying, "Evening, Louise. What's on the menu tonight?" And she smiles and says, while giving the menu, "Oh, nothing edible." And and the guy gives the menu back to her. She goes down the hall. When she's about to go down the hall, see if I can go. Wednesday's hand comes out of the food wheeled cart and gets the guy's security card, and then takes it. And then Louise goes down the hallway. Miss Capri's playing the piano. Everyone is in the room is listening, including Dr. Fairburn and Augustus Stonehurst. Louise pulls up to a door. Wednesday gets out. And Louise says to Wednesday, "Tell Fester I'll be waiting for him." Wednesday uses the security card to open the door. Louise takes off. Once they enter into the room, Slurp tries to take a bite out of her. She's unfazed. Uncle Fester happy to see her and is helping him get out of his straitjacket. Oh, I do want to mention he was in a straitjacket earlier when he was captured and stuff. So she gets him out of that straitjacket. Yep, he's trying to bite her right there. And tries to bite her unsuccessfully. Once he gets Uncle Fester out of the straitjacket, so Flip's trying to bite Wednesday. He electrocutes him, saying, I think he says, oh yeah, so he gets out of the of a straitjacket. He says to Wednesday, 10 seconds, that might be a family record. And again, Slurp tries to take a bite of Wednesday. Uncle Fester sees this and shoots Slurp. Let's see if I can get the Slurp rips in pain. Uncle Fester says to him to play nice or be nice, something like that. They both leave the room, and Slurp tries to unsuccessfully take a bite of one of them. Then, after Uncle Fester and Wednesday left, he's pulling on the chain off the wall, but it's coming undone. Uh-oh. Miss Capri is still playing her song. Again, and then Zombie Slurp is pulling off his chain off the wall, which comes off the wall successfully. Security guard Wilbur and some other dude is escorting Meryl Thornhill to her holding cell. And she's saying, she needs me. I'm the only person alive. Saying, no. She's saying, Dr. Fairburn is making a huge mistake. Security guard Wilbur says, no mistake. Merlin Thornhill says, she needs me. I'm the only person alive who can help her understand the mind of a Hyde. And security guard Wilbur tells her to keep moving. And then there's Slurp appears, which shocks all three of them. Let's see if we can get Slurps goes and eats one of the security guards, who's yelling in pain. We hear a crunch. Security guard Wilbur goes to help him and tries to get Slurp's chain. Merlin Thornhill's in shock, and she just runs away. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, right here. So Merlin, Wednesday, Uncle Fester go by Merlin Thornhill. Merlin Thornhill recognizes Wednesday, but Wednesday doesn't recognize her because of her haircut and stuff. Or, without her glasses, I guess you could say. They go their separate ways. Miss Capri, and not only who, what's up for Miss Capri, Merlin Thornhill knows who Wednesday is, but Wednesday doesn't know who the redheaded lady is. Dr. Fairburn is listening to the music as well as Augustus Stonehurst. Miss Capri is about to end her song, then we hear the siren going off. Everyone hears this. Security guard we saw earlier with Louise tells Dr. Fairburn that the zombies on the loose. Dr. Fairburn says, I'm authorizing a code for security protocol. Take this thing down by any means necessary. She turns to everybody. Dr. Fairburn turns to everybody and says, everyone stay calm. I need to get everyone outside. Gus grabs her coat, and Gus is right there. Dr. Fairburn says, it's okay, Gus. I'll skirt you myself. And Miss Capri takes off, and Dr. Fairburn reels Augustus Stonehurst away. Let's see here. Red lights and alarms going off. Someone pulls a drawer and security guards are arming up. You see a door that says maintenance, no access. Wednesday tries to use the security card she got earlier to open the door, but nothing at the keypad, but it doesn't work. Uncle Fester inputs the code and it says 51971. Yep, Uncle Fester does that. Wednesday says to her uncle, how do you know the code? Uncle Fester says, trashing, talking parrot. Don't ask. Fair enough, I should say. They go inside a room that's full of stuff. They're looking around. Then Wednesday notices a obvious skid mark of a secret passage. Wednesday says this place is full of surprises. She opens the secret passage. Her Uncle Fester go in down to a tunnel. Once he sees some words on the wall and reads as follows. long-term outcast integration study. But for follow her flashlight. I don't know. I don't know if I can get it, but hold on a second. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So there it is. So yeah, it says long-term outcast integration study, which spells Lewis. Once it says Lewis isn't a person, and they go down the stairs. Once they turns the red switch on that is on some kind of yellow base, she turns it on. And there's a holding cell room. Wednesday says it's a secret program. Oh yeah, she says it's a secret program. Then she goes down the stairs, turns the red switch on that yellow base thing there on the wall. It's a holding cell room. She goes to one of the doors, sees a lady with big eyes holding a doll. She thinks that that's Patricia Bredcar. She closes the view door window of the door, looks into another door. She says that's Julian Mayjaws, no mouth, and his eyes are looking glazed over. Shuts the door. Yep. Looks glazed over. Wednesday says, I recognize them from their obituaries. And Uncle Fester says, except neither is 6 feet under. You see a man with scars on his face and little hair. Wednesday says their deaths must have been faked so they could be kept as living experiments. Wednesday says this is what Galpin was afraid would happen to Tyler. Let's see here. Yeah, there's the guy with the scars on his face with little hair. Again, Wednesday says their deaths must have been faked so they could be kept as living experiments. Wednesday turns to her uncle and says, right here, she says, right here, this is what Galpin was afraid would happen to Tyler. She opens another see-through. She leaves that one open. Opens another one. Let's see. Let's see. It's a woman with her half her face scarred, screaming, "Help me!" Wednesday closes the door. Wednesday goes to one last door. Says "Extreme caution, unauthorized entry." See a woman curled up in a ball, and Wednesday thinks to herself, "This is Patricia Redcar," supposedly. And the woman looks at her, saying, "Are you trying to kill me?" Wednesday shakes her head, "No." Woman turns away and says, "Leave me alone." Yeah. Woman turns to her, says, Are you trying to kill me?" Wednesday shakes her head, "No." The woman turns away and says, "Leave me alone." We hear a crow caw, and we see let's see if we can get the crow here. Once they go to the room. Oh, yes. So the beginning right here, I don't know why I didn't show it. So when Wednesday was looking around the room, we see machinery right here and stuff. When she's flipping the switch, the red switch on the yellow base. And she's like going to each door right here. Lady with the big eyes and holding a doll. Smiling. Once they think she says it's Patricia Redcar. She thinks it's Patricia Redcar. It's hard to get a pinpoint accuracy here. Oh, here we are. Wednesday goes to another door, see-through little window door, not the whole door itself, but the see-through window door that she did with the big-eyed girl with the doll. And now she goes to another one, saying that's Julia Majoaz. Wednesday says, "I recognize them from the obituaries." Uncle Fester says, "Except neither is 6 feet under." Wednesday goes to another door. Wednesday says, "I recognize them from their obituaries." Oh yeah, I already said that. Sorry about that. You see a man with scars on his face and little hair. Wednesday says their deaths must have been faked so they could be kept as living experiments. This is what Gelpin was afraid would happen to Tyler. Wednesday opens another door. It's a woman with her half of her face scarred, screaming, "Help me!" Wednesday goes to another door that says, "Extreme caution, not authorized entry." Woman huddled in a corner. Wednesday thinks to herself, "This is Patricia Redcar." Actually, Patricia Redcar, supposedly. The woman turns to them, saying, "Are you here to kill me?" Wednesday shakes her head, "No." The woman tells them to leave her alone. We hear a crow caw. Wednesday shuts the view door closed. And we see the crow landing on top of the par shelves, the one red-eyed crow. And we see the hooded figure. Wednesday says, "So you are the new face of Mad Doctors. You do realize that Dr. Fairburn doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely as Frankenstein." The hooded figure approaches. We see the red-eyed crow. And then Wednesday says, "So you are the new face of the Mad Doctors. You do realize that Dr. Fairburn doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely as Frankenstein." And it's revealed that the hooded figure was Administrator Judy Sprangler. She says, "There's nothing mad about what I'm doing. Dr. Fairburn works for me. I recruited her to the public face of this institution." And Wednesday's a little bit taken back a little bit. Judy says, "To continue my father's work." Wednesday says, "You're Augustus Stonehurst's daughter." Judy gives half a bow. Wednesday says, "That's how you knew about the secret passage at Nevermore Academy." And the crow, I don't know if we can get it. Yes, the one-eyed crow, looks at them. Wednesday says, "You must have used them to visit your aviary in Iago Tower." Now, she's holding a weapon right here, a gun, at them. And Judy says, "I have very fond memories of my father's time at Nevermore. He loved outcasts." Wednesday says, "Evidence to the contrary." Judy says he wanted to be one. Judy says, "Imagine being able to extract their abilities and share it with normies." Wednesday says, "You mean to steal them and exploit them. This is a basement bargain attempt at Dr. Moreau." Judy says, "I did more than that. I know living proof. I was born a normie, and thanks to my father's work, my beautiful black-winged friends obey my every whim." We see the one-eyed red crow. Yeah, the one red-eyed crow right there. Uncle Fester says, experimenting his own daughter. That's twisted even by my own stick standards. Judy pipes up, says she volunteered. Judy says, "My father and I were a team. He needed a subject. I wanted to be a part of his legacy." Wednesday says, "Until he lost his mind." Now, I want to Uncle Fester is lighting. He's using his electrical ability. He puts his hands behind him and uses his electrical ability, ready to make a move. Judy, right here, says he wanted to be a Da Vinci, but his body couldn't take it. Wednesday says, well, if you can't bring Icarus to the sun, bring the sun to Icarus. And that's when, let's see if I can get it right here. Uncle Fester uses electrical ability onto the floor. Everyone just bounces off the floor and lands on the floor. And takes the, let's see if I can get it. Let's see here. Takes down the lights at the security gate where Enid and Agnes are. Oh wait, we'll go back a little bit. So when Uncle Fester's about to use his ability, and stuff. That's when Wednesday says, if you can't bring Icarus to the sun, bring the sun to Icarus. And she turns to her Uncle Fester, say, right, Fester? And that's when Uncle Fester uses his ability on the floor. So they bounce off the floor because of the explosion. Takes out the lights and power at the security gate, and also takes out the security gate. Enid and Agnes see this. Agnes is like, it also takes the, see here, just the, also takes the powers out of the building as well. Enid and Agnes see this. Agnes says, what the hell happened? Enid says, Wednesday happened. Enid goes onto her phone to contact Sheriff Santiago. Green lights are on and making a sound alarm. The holding cells where the prisoner outcasts are opens. There's Judy and her gone on the floor. Wednesday and Uncle Fester. Judy gets up and is shocked because the prisoner outcasts are free and they're going after her, while Uncle Fester. So that's yep. The green lights and alarms going off. Outcast prisoners that are experimented on are free. And they're going for, there's Uncle Fester on Wednesday, looking and just looking at Judy. Judy has her gun on the floor. Judy's in shock as she turns to go up the stairs. Her bird's gone. The red-eyed crow is gone. I don't know. Must have been fried, I guess. But the prisoners catch up to her and try to get a hold of her, and she's saying to them, "Get off me! Stop it! Get off!" Uncle Fester says, "I much as I want to watch them pluck her feathers, we got a vamoose." Wednesday, as you see here, Judy drops her gun. And stuff. Judy escapes the outcast prisoner's grasps and goes upstairs while the prisoners are following her upstairs. So, yep, saying, "Get off me." Wednesday turns to her uncle and says, "You go. I owe you one, Uncle Fester." And the prisoners are going upstairs to follow Judy. Uncle Fester says, "Are you kidding me? We just liberated our first assignment. I live for days like this." Wednesday goes to the cell to get Patricia Redcar and stuff. And they go elsewhere. It's Mayhem upstairs. Judy gets up to the top of the stairs and she sees there's Mayhem. Oh, wait. So, Wednesday goes in the holding cell. Wednesday says, "I'm going to get out of here," to Patricia Redcar. Supposedly Patricia Redcar, who says, "What kind of angel are you?" And Wednesday says, "An avenging one." Then Judy, there's Mayhem upstairs. Wednesday's in, not Wednesday. Judy is in shock, and let's see if I can get it. Let's see here. And she goes down the hall room and runs away. "Hi, Bill. How are you?" We see. Yep. Security guard Wilbur is dead. Slurp must have killed him. Murder in Thornhill gets his key to unshackle her shackles. Mayhem is going in the halls. Where Thornhill's trying to shackle her shackles. We see Thing in the hallway. Slurp Zombie looks at Thing. But he's being shot behind by two security guards. Thing takes off. He turns around, and we hear to eat one of the guards. Mayor Thornhill frees herself. Here, one of the security guys screams and hear gunshots. You see Tyler in chains. Where Thornhill goes to his prison room. Goes into his prison room. Goes through. Yeah. So she's going through. And it is taking a shot collar off. Marilyn Thornhill says, I told Mama we'd get you out of here. She takes the collar off. Tyler is deep in thought. And it's that crazy look in his eyes. She unshackles one of his arm chains, then another one, while she's supporting Tyler, and she's saying, I would never abandon you. Her and Tyler are hugging. Tyler says, I wish I could say the same, and is giving her a tight bear hug. Tyler says, you're the reason I've been locked away in here. Saying, you're not my mother. And Marilyn Thornhill is listening to all this, seeming to be in pain. And she has his heart and has his fist on the back of her hair, pulls her away and says, you're my master. Or should I say, he said, you're my master. Then she pulls her away, having his fist at her hair, the back of her head. Or should I say, you were? And Marilyn Thornhill is saying, Wednesday Addams, you both know that she's the real enemy. She's in the building right now. Marilyn Thornhill is saying, it says, Destiny has given us a second chance to take her out. Tyler says to her, I'll take care of Wednesday right after I take care of you. And you see he has hand behind her head and had his hand on her shoulder. He throws pushes her away and looks at her. Before that, when she said, where Marilyn Thornhill said, Destiny has given us a second chance to take her out, Tyler says, I take care of Wednesday right after I take care of you. Marilyn Thornhill, Tyler puts his hand on Marilyn Thornhill's shoulder. Marilyn Thornhill says, I'm the only one who's ever loved you. I unlock your true potential. And stuff. And he has his hand on the back of her head, the grip. Tyler said, you did. That's why I'll give you a 5-second head start. And throws her back a little. And says, run. That's scary. Damn. So Marilyn Thornhill in panic. Tyler transforms into his hide form. Gets out of his prison. And so he's in his full hide form. Lighting a god-awful war. So she takes off. Yeah, she takes off. I can't really show it, but he transforms in his hide form and gets out of his prison. She's running. Tyler is close behind. She's running. He's catching up to her, and he's like knocking the ceiling lights with his back. She goes through the security gate, inner security gate, shuts the door. He plows through. She's about to. She goes to the other security guard, notices it's closed. She puts her hands on the bar, and Tyler gets up to her and stabs her. She's in shock and pain. Tyler turns her around. You can see. I don't know if you can see, but you can. His claws are going through her body. Oh gosh, and then turns his hand around with her still on his claws. They're looking at each other, and Marilyn Thornhill is telling Tyler, saying, "Please, Tyler, Mommy loves you," and he throws her against the wall. Yeah, right here. Says, "Please, Tyler, Mommy loves you." Throws her against the wall, and he takes off, and she's dead. So, if you remember, when a Hyde kills their master, the Hyde themselves doom themselves. So she's gone. Power's still out of the Willow Hill building. Everybody's running out, screaming. We see Uncle Fester and Louise looking at each other, giving a kiss, and stuff. And they sadly part with their hands reaching out to each other. Oh, wait. So people come out of the building screaming. This is when Uncle Fester says, "All the women I ever used, you're my favorite." Damn, man. That's effed up. And there's fragmentic music playing, the kiss, then they part and stuff. Sad. And Dr. Fairburn is going into her office, I think, with Augusta Stonehurst, and she closes the door. Say, "We'll be safe in here." She goes to her desk, trying to use the phone, but the power's out. She hears something. She gets her gun, saying, she's frantically breathing right here. She's scared. We hear a door creak. And stuff. She's looking around with being armed and stuff, and she's looking around. We'll go back a little bit. So she's trying to get the phone to work, actually tapping the keys on the phone, but the power's out. She hears a door creak. She says, "Who's there?" She gets the gun out of her desk, frantically breathing, looks around. And says, "Show yourself." It's Zombie Slurp. She screams. He's sticking out his tongue. He grabs her, and we hear a crunch. Meanwhile, Augustus Stonehurst is on the chair right there, looking confused and stuff. Dr. Fairburn is dead. So Slurp sees the old man. He approaches. Augustus Stonehurst is confused, aka Gus. Slurp approaches him. Gus is just in shock. They stare at each other, and Slurp says, "Hello, my old friend." Slurp is in shock. Not Slurp. The old guy is in shock. Slurp is about to eat him, and eats his head. Goes to go for his head, eats his brains. Otherwise, once he's walking down the hall with supposedly Patricia Redcar, and they look down the hallway and they hear a growl. We see it's Tyler in his hide form. Wednesday sees this. Patricia Redcar sees this. Tyler sees them. Wednesday tells Patricia Redcar, says, "Go now." Patricia Redcar takes off. Wednesday stands resolute, or stands still. Tyler runs down, knocking off the ceiling lights where Wednesday is. He stops and they look at each other. And Tyler roars. They look at each other. Wednesday's looking at him. Tyler's looking at her, and he roars. See the front of the building. Wednesday is thrown out of the second-story window onto the floor. A squad of cop cars are coming. They stop. Sheriff Santiago and Deputy Wright can get out of the car. Some cop says up top. We hear Tyler snarl. Yeah, there's Sheriff Santiago got out of the car. You also see Deputy Riken. We hear some cop says up top. We hear Tyler snarl. We see a squad of police cars. There's Tyler in his hide form. The police are drawing their guns. And Tyler roars and the police fire on Tyler. He jumps and lands one of the police cars. Officer says, "Get back." They fire on Tyler. Tyler roars, gets off the police car, knocks two police officers like it's nothing. There's Thing. Tyler makes his way out of the way of squad cars while the police are shooting him. So Tyler takes off. So we see Thing. He sees Wednesday, or somehow sees Wednesday. Let's see here. Yeah, there's Thing. He sees Wednesday. He goes to her. Tyler, right there, takes off. The police try to go after him, firing their guns at him. Thing goes near Wednesday. She's all bloody up. And Thing touches her face, but she is not getting a response. An officer says, "Get an ambulance," and stuff. Wednesday is knocked out cold. And we see a view of the squad police cars on Wednesday. And Wednesday says, "I've always dreamed of losing death. No. I've always dreamed of, let's see here. Hold on a second here. That's not the. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, okay. Okay. My bad. Yeah, so right here, Wednesday is saying, "I always dreamed of looking death in the face, but in my final moments, all I hear is my mother's words ringing in my ears. Maybe I have made everything worse. Much worse." And that's it. That is episode 4. If These Woes Could Talk. Yep. Whoops. Yep. So that is episode 4. If These Woes Could Talk. And that's it. All right. Thank you everybody for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like button. Before we take off, I want to say thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I want to say thank you to everyone being here tonight and stuff. Don't forget to hit the like button, click the notification bell, and click that subscribe button. It really helps me out, folks. And that I will see you guys later. You guys have a good rest of your evening, and I will catch you guys later. Later, everybody. If this is your first time being here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You can also follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RaquelSSG2211. Catch you later.